Hi, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful Tuesday. Yeah. Hope you're all having a wonderful Tuesday. I see some cutie pies in chat. Let me say hello to everybody. Charlie, congratulations on being first. You've reclaimed your throne and your gluten-free snickerdoodle. You've redeemed yourself. You've paid your loan. You're at 10,500 bells on your loan. Let's go. On the shout out, yes, I was playing with my commands a little bit earlier today and yesterday. I was setting up an auto shout out for members of Egg Toast, my stream team, for when they come in to like do an auto shout out that's like, oh, look, like there's another person from Egg Toast. And while I was doing that, I also set up one for Charlie because if you're not following Charlie but you're following me, cringe. Nix, welcome in, cutie. How are you? I hope you're having a good Tuesday. I'm good. I'm glad. Can I have one of your lemonades? Yes, I told you that you could. Hell yeah. Food in 45 minutes. Let's go. Hi, favorite streamer. I missed you. I was only on hiatus because I was not hiatus. I was gone for a weekend. I was only gone for a weekend because I was with you, Charlie. Bruh. Hi, Ty. How are you? I'm good. I just got back from home, kind of, but not really home. So where I grew up, but my parents don't live there anymore. So I don't really have like my childhood house. Like when it used to be my actual house, I would still say that I was going home for the weekend, even if like this is my home where I live. Thank you for the bonk, Charlie. Was I talking over it or did I not hear it? I don't know. I feel like I didn't hear it, but that might not be true. I know that not stream avatars, sound alerts had an update, so that could be a culprit, but I'll try refreshing them to make sure I heard it. So home where I grew up for the weekend because it was my grandma's birthday and my parents flew up from.
How much money do you have?
Okay, it is going on.
9 cents. You know what that means?
You know what that means?
I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets.
My audio is just quiet. I'll turn it up and then, not for you guys, just for me. And then turn down the music a little bit. I think the music's louder than my alerts. Okay. Yeah, so I was celebrating my grandma's 90th birthday and spending time with my parents, who I have not seen since like almost a year. My birthday last year, so that would have been September. So yeah, it was good to see everybody. I'm sorry I had to miss my stream for the weekend. But you know, shenanigans and whatnot. I was also going to say, oh, Egg Toast. Yes. In addition to setting up the auto shoutouts for Egg Toast, I was able to do that because the stream team is finally like live on Twitch. So if you look at my little about me, like under me, it should have a little Egg Toast button. And then you can like click it and it will show you all the other members of Egg Toast. We're almost at the funny number. I know. We're at 418, I think, followers out of 420. So we're almost at the funny hee hee number. And yeah. So I also had I made some other small changes to stream that you guys might see periodically throughout. But nothing huge, just commands stuff. But also, as you can see, it is Fossil Week. I put the little Fossil Week logo. This was made by a Twitter user that I have now forgotten the username, and I should probably credit, but not my art made by somebody else. But I thought it was super cute, and I wanted to put it on screen for Fossil Week, so this is the little Fossil Week logo. And instead of my frog hat, we have a little skeleton hat for today. Because I don't have like a cute little like safari hat for Safari Week or a cute little like archaeologist cap for Fossil Week. I do have a bucket hat with skeletons on it though. So I thought that that was close enough because skeletons are bones and bones are fossils. So close enough. It's definitely a Halloween hat for sure. But yeah, I'm excited. So today we're going to be looking for Kabuto. His shiny is a green little alien bug boy thing. And I'm super excited to try fossil hunting because I've never really done it before. Charlie and I briefly attempted getting a shiny Cranidos like one time a while ago when we were like really into BDSP. I wanted to try hunting it in Sword and Shield because I've never done a shiny hunt in Sword and Shield before, but Kabuto is a Shield exclusive and I have Sword. And I keep forgetting that I have Sword because I wanted Shield. Like, I wanted to buy Shield, but they were out, so I bought Sword because I wanted a physical copy. So I have a copy of Sword and not Shield, which doesn't make any sense because Charlie should have Sword and I should have Shield, so we should both play through the game and then switch. Leo does still need his own emote. You should really see about getting him one because I have the Mandy, so you have to have the Leo. Yeah, if he like wants to come in here, he can. I closed the door on him when I was like trying to get ready. And like, I mean, there's definitely stuff in here he could like get into that I would prefer he didn't. But like, if he wants to come in here for like a second, he can. I'll leave the door like cracked for him. But I don't know. He can come in if he wants, but generally I don't want to be babysitting while I'm trying to stream. But if he wants to come in, he can. I will get shielded eventually. No, I know. Yeah, you will. And then we can like switch. But yes. So that's what we're doing today. We're gonna be hunting in BDSP because I couldn't hunt in Sword because he's a Shield exclusive. So there's a couple different ways you can get a Kabuto. You can Masuda hunt him in Sword and Shield, but I don't have a Kabuto in the first place, I don't think, to make eggs out of. And I've already done a Masuda hunt, been there, done that. I am on a mission to try like every different type of shiny hunting that there is, like full odds, safari hunting, soft resets, runaways, you know, shiny hunting with a sandwich and Scarlet Violet, like all of the different types of shiny hunting that I've learned about over the, I guess, like year that I've been a shiny hunter, or becoming a shiny hunter. It hasn't quite been a year since I began shiny hunting, but coming up close. Hello. So fossil hunting is a form of like soft reset hunting in BDSP. So basically you find a fossil in the Grand Underground, you dig it up, then you take the fossil to a guy in Urber City, and you give it to him and he'll like reanimate it into a Kabuto basically. And it is, the shininess is decided not when you get the fossil, but when you hand it to him, thank God. So instead of having to get, you know, 4096 physical fossils, I actually only need to have one, and then I just hand it to him over and over and over again until it's shiny. So that's what we're going to be doing, basically, today. Okay, let me pop us on over to... I did test it a couple of times off stream because I have an auto counter set up, I think. Hopefully it's set up correctly. And if it is set up correctly, then it should be automatically counting for me. So I did test the auto counter off stream. So I did a whopping 5 resets without you guys. Don't worry, he wasn't shiny in the first 5 times I tried, so you didn't miss anything. But, yeah. Let me see. Where am I going? Here. Yeah, so as you can see, I have a counter at the bottom with a shiny Kabuto next to it, and it's at 5. So, fingers crossed if I've done this correctly, it will go up to 6. Okay, yeah, so here's the guy. So I go up to the guy, and he says, hello, how are you? I study Pokemon fossils. Me, right here and now. You have a fossil for me? Yes. Shall I turn it into a Pokemon? And then I say yes. And then the only fossil I have in my hand is a Dome fossil to make this go faster. I did have an Aerodactyl fossil in my hand that I think I was holding on to, but I got rid of it so that I wouldn't have to select a fossil every time, because that's like one more button. And the trick is to get these resets to go as fast as possible. This first one, obviously not, because I'm explaining, but for the rest of them, we would like it to go as fast as possible. So if I can just like spam A That's ideal. So he's going to say, I'm in the process of extracting your Pokemon fossil. You go outside. Yes, please. Now. Time alone is what I need. Now. So he makes you leave, right? So I've given him the fossil. So now it's already decided whether or not that shiny is fossil. That shiny is fossil? That fossil is shiny has already been decided. So if it is not, I have to close my game and reopen it. But first he's going to make me leave. So I leave, and then I go back in, which is why these resets are annoying, because it's going to take me an extra 5 seconds to do that. Then we talk to the guy again. He says, hello, how are you? I study Pokemon fossils, me, right here and now. And then he says, you were gone too long. You kept us waiting. Unacceptable, even though I literally walked out and walked back in, but whatever. Then he says, this is your Kabuto. You be good to it. Okay. He'll say, you received Kabuto, which is where my auto counter should start counting. But it didn't. So something's not right. Hold on. This is why we're testing, because this is exactly what could have been the problem, is if this does not, work. So I need to save this. Okay. And then I need my auto thingy to go up 1, which it didn't. Why did it not? Maybe because I've closed the game since I tested it. I'm gonna make it go up manually. And then we'll try again in a second. But we're at 6. He gives me the Kabuto. It's not shiny. I closed the game. And that's basically the, like, order of events for shiny fossil hunting. And then I go back into the game and repeat that process over and over again until he's green, basically. So hopefully my auto counter is going to work this go around. If not, I'll close it all the way out and open it back up again. But we're only 6 in, so I'm not that worried about it. My friend Pete Machism here on Twitch was doing resets for Cranidos and got it in like 400 some. So I'm hoping we can have some of what she's having luck-wise. See, now I can like spam A and then just leave and come back. So I'm hoping I can have a little bit of what she's having, because I do not want this to be like a lot. Okay. Not shiny, but the auto counter didn't go up. So let me close it and try again. Because it should be... I have a counter set up. It should be a link to the document. Kabuto. It's a soft reset. Okay. Alright. I'll try one more time. Oh, let me update again the text manually because it didn't update. So we'll make that 7. Okay. Alright. There we go. Hopefully it'll work this time. I closed my auto counter all the way and I opened it back up again, so. If not, I can set up a button on my Stream Deck for it, which is what I did with the Poliwag hunt, but that just takes a second longer because I have to remember to press it and press it, so if I don't remember, we'll miss one. Whereas with the auto counter, it'll just happen automatically. But, you know, hopefully we won't have to worry about that, and the auto counter will just work. Considering it was working earlier, I'm pretty sure it will work. There we go. Okay, that's all we needed. Alright. It is also an extra step to have to select my profile, which is annoying, but... Oh, I meant to have the Ditto here. He's our shiny luck charm. I will say I don't have the shiny charm in BDSP, but I don't think it affects odds on a fossil hunt. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe in BDSP that the shiny charm only affects eggs, like Masuda or non-Masuda for that matter. Any breeding. I don't believe it affects wild encounters or fossils, but it might. I don't think it does though. Either way, I don't have it, so our odds are full. But yeah, thank you for the lurk, Charlie. I appreciate it. All right. We'll have to find something interesting to do while we do this, because it's going to be pretty repetitive of just me like running in and out. Ugh. I pressed A to... Because I do think it has to be on the screen. The you received Kabuto has to be on the screen for like at least half a second, I think, for it to count. So I can't spam too fast. But like I can spam pretty much the rest of it. I don't know. We should get like a timer going on how fast these resets actually take. Like, or how fast they go, how long they take. Let me like pull open a stopwatch. And from the moment that I start to the moment that I finish, I'm going to time myself and see how long it takes. Because then it can figure out how many-ish we're going to get over the course of a stream. So I'm going to start it the second that the game opens up, and then I'll end it when we get back here. Okay, go. Yeah, you study focus, blah, 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 blah. Okay, outside. Whee! Okay, back inside. Whee! Okay. Back up to him. Yes. Okay, I received Kabuto. I fucked it up. Okay, well, that was an extra second we didn't need, but... All right, we're at 22 seconds right now. So this might be a 30-second long endeavor. We're at 30 seconds now. If it could load a little bit faster. Okay, we're at 35. This loading screen is going to kill us. This is a long-ass time to have to wait. All right, come on. This might be a minute-long reset. We're at 50 seconds right now. All because of this fucking loading screen. And we're in. Okay, 55 seconds, and I bungled it a little. So basically, we're looking at 1 minute per reset, because I'm never going to go that fast, like, every single time, because I'm going to be yapping, and I'm going to, like, forget to press the button, or I'm going to run into the fucking thing. So basically, we're looking at 1 minute long resets. I'm going to be... Okay, what are the words that I'm trying to say? 1 minute long reset. 60 minutes in an hour. So 60 resets per hour. Gonna be live for probably at least 3 hours. So we're looking at 60, 120, 180. So maybe we can shoot for 200 by the end of stream today, at least. My goal is gonna be 200. Okay, now that we're in double digits, the counter is kind of on top of my Kabuto there. Hold on. Let me move that over. Where are we? Here. This counter needs to move over. Yeah, it's just too far over. Hold on. Okay. There we go. But it's going to get into triple digits. So I need to make room for there to be like a third digit. All right, I'll go like that. That should be enough room. Okay. That should be good, I think. We're at 11 now. Yippee. But, like I said, aiming for 200. Oh yeah, let me fix my OBS. I fucked up my OBS to do that. Okay. Talk to the guy. I need to like, oh, not no. I hit no. I need to like hone in and just like be ready to spam. Because we're only going to get to 200 if I'm going top speed. Okay. All right, yep, that worked. So as long as I go like that speed, we're okay. Am I the way you take and you tear me down? It's going to be definitely a little bit slower when I'm eating my sandwich whenever that comes, but you know. Charlie and I wanted to order sandwiches last time I was live, but the sandwich place was closed, so we decided that we would order them today since they'll be open. And because Charlie's like not feeling well enough to cook again, which is like valid. We had a long weekend, like nothing like too strenuous, but just like, you know, going out to like social events and talking to people is inherently tiring for Charlie, so. Can you imagine I get like too used to the closing it as soon as I see the Kabuto that I close on a shiny one? I guarantee somebody has done that. I think I would hit the home button, but not actually close the game. I think that's as far as I would get. I would see him, not process him, hit the home button, process him, and be like, wait a minute. But Kabuto has been on my list for a while, just because he's a green shiny, and I want to collect as many like green shinies as I can. And they've been doing... Oh, I pressed it twice. That's the problem with spamming A, is I end up getting him to talk to me twice. In Pokemon Go, they've been doing some fossils too, so I've seen a bunch of Omanites and a bunch of Kabutos, but I haven't actually gotten any, like, shiny ones. Okay. I don't know why I'm looking at him 14 in thinking he's going to be shiny. That would be silly. I mean, he could be. Technically, he could be shiny on the very first one, but... I mean, to be fair, I have gotten a Kabuto in this game before. Like, I've reanimated Dome Fossils in this game previously, so technically those are also encounters that count toward this, but like, I don't remember how many. Not very many. A couple. Alright. We only talked to him once that time, at least. Alright. Oh! Leo's in here, hold on. Let me put... You see his tail. Leo. Step back a little bit. You're too close to the camera. Leo. Come this way a little. Oh, there you go. Okay. Oh, he sat like right... Now you just get to look at his butt. Alright, well. Close enough. No, please don't lick that. Okay, now he's between my desk and me, so I have to... Buddy, move your butt. Okay. There we go. I was gone too long. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh. Now he's like where Mandy normally is. You see him? Oh, he found... He looked at himself in the mirror again. He remembered he has a reflection. He's looking at himself in the mirror. I reflect on my reflection and ask myself the question. He's coming right up to the camera and sniffing it. It's like he knows it's there, but he doesn't... Look how close he is! That's just nose cam. Hold on. I need to, like, zoom it out. I usually zoom it in so that you guys can see Mandy, but I have to zoom him out. There you go. There we go. I very rarely have Leo on my streams, not since he was a baby. Okay, goodbye. He's silly. Anyway. Yes, I have a fossil for you. They need to not put that thing right between him and the door. Okay, I think he left. Alright. Alright. Sorry, my brain just like, just is blank. It just went blank. My whole brain just disappeared. I have absolutely nothing to say right now. I'm just thinking about Leo, I think. Because when we were in the apartment, and I used to stream in the same room that our couch was in, sometimes we would have like Leo come sit on the couch with Charlie, and then he would be in the background of my streams. But now the couch is in Charlie's office and not my office, so... And Leo is usually outside in their office or like downstairs. So he's very rarely in my office because usually if I'm working, I close the door so that he can't be in here because I'm working. Especially when I used to work from home on like phone calls. Obviously I couldn't have him in here in case he like decided to bark or anything like that, but with me rain is falling on the sidewalk. I think Charlie's like talking to somebody on the phone or something because I can hear them talking and I don't know who they would be talking to because I'm here. Probably their mom or something. Or a friend. Sister, maybe. Alright. Outside I go. Alright. What if you just gave me a green fossil so I don't have to do this? I have fossils planned for the whole week, so if we just get it on Thursday, that'll be fine. Because what? If we think we can do 200 today, then we'll do 200 Thursday, so that would be 400. I don't know what our odds are for this. 1 in 4,000. But it only took pay like 400 something. But yeah, I don't know. There's so much loading into this game. Soft resets are a nightmare. I would have done like Shaman Runaways in this game, but I think I already caught Shaman in this game, so I don't think I can go back and do that. I have learned now that the legendaries you can get in Ramanas Park are not shiny locked. I was just kind of under the assumption that they were. So because they're not, I've already caught like Latios, who else? Reggie Jesus, whoever. I think I've caught Regice, Regirock, and Registeel. But I think you can get shinies of a lot of those in other games. Like, I think in DAs you can get a lot of legendary shinies. It's annoying to me that they're all shiny locked in Scarlet Violet. I think they shouldn't be. But whatever. Like, they made them... Oh, I just left without giving him anything. I come back in, I talk to him, he's like, what? Yes, take my fossil. Okay. I'm a little bit stupid. Don't worry about it. Alright. Alright. See, because now they're talking to Leo. They were just like, good boy. So, like, obviously that's directed at Leo, but I still think they're talking to a human person. Probably on the phone. Let me see. Oh. I see you guys retweeting my tweet. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good for discoverability and all that jazz. Oh my god, speaking of all that jazz. On TikTok, a trending song right now is from Chicago, the movie. Which I love, because I love Chicago. I did Chicago in high school. Well, I wasn't in it, but my high school did Chicago. Oh, Leo's back. Hello. Please don't lick my... Excuse me. He's putting his face on my keyboard. Excuse me. Excuse me. Leave it. Sir. It's like hard to talk when he's here because I'm like trying to make sure he doesn't get my Funko Pop. Leave it, please. Leave it, Leo. Leo! No! He got one of my guys! Leo! No! Leave him alone.
Leo, come here.
I have a crochet figure on my bookshelf, and he got him. So that crochet guy is already missing an arm. He doesn't need to be missing any other limbs. He's missing an arm on purpose. It's part of a thing. But anyway, oh my gosh. So the song that's trending, Morgan, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. But the song that's trending from Chicago is oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both. Reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, that one. And there's like a lot of, it's not even really trending, it's just like my side of TikTok. But there's a bunch of like edits going around. Really good ones, to be honest. Like, there's a lot of Gravity Falls edits happening for it, which is perfect because what the fuck? Gravity Falls was already in like a revival period right now because of the Book of Bill. And so the fandom is already sort of like currently active. And then on top of that, the song was trending. So there's a lot of really good Gravity Falls edits to that song, where it's like, you know, Stan and Mabel both reached for the gun, it's the button, or Dipper and Ford both reached for the gun and it's Bill's hand, or, you know, things like that, which are really good. I saw one that was Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo, and you would think they both reached for the gun is Joshua Bassett, which I did see one where it was Joshua Bassett, but I saw an even better one where the gun was Taylor Swift, which is like so unfortunate because like obviously Olivia Rodrigo like really looked up to Taylor Swift, and then Taylor Swift kind of shat on her low-key, so that's kind of sad. And then Sabrina Carpenter gets to like perform on stage with her and stuff, especially because Sabrina Carpenter also more or less won the Joshua Bassett war. Like, she did and she didn't. Like, Olivia Rodrigo definitely won the like public favor regarding the Joshua Bassett incident because Sabrina was getting fucking death threats over it. But like, she was the one who ended up with Joshua Bassett, even though they ended up breaking up too. But it, you know, if you're looking at it from a certain perspective, you could say, oh, well, Sabrina stole Joshua Bassett from Olivia Rodrigo. And then you could also say that she stole Taylor Swift from Olivia Rodrigo. Obviously, that was not her intention. And I really like Sabrina Carpenter. And I don't think that she's like a bad person who deserves to fucking die, like a lot of people seem to think, for, you know, dating a guy or whatever. But I do think it's funny that not funny haha, but kind of like funny sad that she sort of won both of those quote guns. But I saw one that was like a Hunger Games one, and it was like Katniss and like President Snow or whatever. I've seen a lot of really good ones. My take on it, I haven't actually made the edit. I've thought about it. I might, but I haven't actually made it. Would be and I've done this before with a couple of different songs, but I did it with Hamilton. I did Kieran and, you know, your player character in the Indigo Disc, where it's like, I am slow to anger, but I toe the line as a recognize for the thoughts of your life on mine, and look back on where I failed and on every place I check. That whole thing. I did that audio with Kieran because it's like he has this whole like disaster arc because of your character and Ogerpon. But I think it would be funny if it was Kieran and then your player character both reached for the gun and the gun is Ogerpon. Like, oh yes, so yes, they both, and it like pans to Kieran and it pans to you, and then it's like the gun, and it's all the different forms of Ogerpon. And that scene where Ogerpon decides to go with you instead of go with him. But I think that would be... Because people responded really well to my Hamilton edit. I think because it was edited well more than anything. And also because the audio just happened to fit really well. But like, I made sure to even like line up Kieran's lips with the audio. And so like half the comments were just like, wow, it really looks like he's talking. And I'm like, yeah, that was kind of the point. Which, like, I would probably do the same thing if I were to make a, like, the gun edit. So that's funny. But, oh. Another thing about the gun that is kind of an interesting thing that you kind of add into the mix is, so if you've ever seen Chicago, they don't both reach for the gun, despite what the song will tell you. Only one of them actually reaches for the gun. And the song is kind of twisting perspectives and making it seem like they both reached for the gun when they did not, in fact, both reach for the gun. But a lot of people making these edits don't know that that song is from Chicago, or they don't know that, you know, they know it's from Chicago, but they haven't seen Chicago, or they just don't know that they both didn't reach for the gun. And I personally don't think it matters whether they both reached for the gun or not in Chicago the musical, because Leo and Craig, yeah, he was being a menace for sure. I don't think it really matters if they both reach for the gun or not, because for the sake of the edits, the song does say that they both reached for the gun. But I have seen people making food here. Yay. I have seen people making posts that are like, these edits don't make any sense because they didn't both reach for the gun, only one of them did. And I'm like, no, the edits are making sense. You're just adding context from the musical that other people don't have and trying to make it not make sense. But I do think that some of the edits are interesting when they both did not reach for the gun. And also when the gun is like sort of a metaphorical thing, like a person rather than like an actual physical object, or a concept. One that was hilarious was just they both reached for the gun and it was Kamala and Trump and the gun was like American democracy, right? Like, you know, it was, the edit was just like eagles and shit, you know? Thank you for the bonk. But I do think it's cool when, yeah, when the gun is more like a concept, like, oh, they both wanted fame, they both wanted, you know, this or that, but, and then it's not like an actual person or like a physical thing. But I have been thoroughly enjoying all of the gun edits. I've also been thoroughly enjoying just the renaissance of the Gravity Falls fandom in general. Everything going on with Bill Cipher right now is so far up my alley. I haven't finished the book yet, so I really need to. I was hoping I would read it when we were like, you know, when I had downtime, but then I just did this thing where I haven't had any downtime. So I have not, in fact, finished reading the book. Can you get it at BRB? Oh, I mean, I can get it now because I want to eat it. So I'll just get it now. Be right back. I'm getting food.
He kept stealing my scrunchies from my car. He kept stealing my scrunchies from my car.
I'm back, and I have a bone to pick with our sandwich place, Jersey Mike's. Charlie ordered a gluten-free snickerdoodle. They do this every single time, and the last couple times that Charlie has ordered a gluten-free snickerdoodle, for some reason, they have mysteriously received 2 gluten-free snickerdoodles, despite only ordering 1. And like, we're not going to complain because 2 snickerdoodles for the price of 1 is a good deal. However, today they replaced the gluten-free snickerdoodle with a gluten-filled chocolate chip cookie. They did, however, still give us 2. So now I have 2 chocolate chip cookies, which I will eat. But what the fuck? Charlie can't eat those. So what the fuck, Jersey Mikes? Cannot believe this. That's the kind of thing where it's like you cannot substitute that without asking, because a gluten-free snickerdoodle and a wheat-filled chocolate chip cookie are 2 different things. Ew, my sandwich is kind of like grody too. Hello? Why did they do worse today than usual? My sandwich is like smushed. Rude. So, Charlie, you should request a refund because that's fucked up. I mean, just straight up not what you ordered. I wish I could give you something, you know. Send me a pic of gluten cookie. Ah, yes. Will do. I'll make sure I get the contains wheat in the picture. Okay. And they can't be like, well, you know, you still got the same amount of thing. No, I can't eat that. I'm allergic to that. Because they'll be like, oh, well, we gave you the same amount of product. It's like, it'd be one thing if they replaced my chips for different chips. If I could still eat the other ones. Like, you know, I got Cool Ranch Doritos. If they had replaced it for nacho cheese, I would have eaten them. But they should tell you if they're going to make a replacement like that. Anyway. I'm going to have to figure out how to still get through these relatively quickly while eating my food. But, like, no promises. Oop. My mom sent me something. Some article. My mom just randomly sends me articles sometimes. I mean, usually it's about something I'm relatively interested in, but sometimes it isn't. Got refund, gonna order a different sweet treat with return credits. Okay. Oh, Mandy's in here. Hi, Mandy. Were you able to come back up here since your brother's gone? Yeah. Let me see if I can get the camera on her. Oh. Mandy. She's right here. You can't tell. Use her tail. Mandy, go sit in your beanbag. She's like everywhere but the camera. Right here. Okay, now tilt it down. You can just see her tail. But she's there, I swear. Alright. Yeah, I hope you get something good to eat. Because I'll definitely eat the cookie, but... Huh? Oh. Did I already do the reset? I'm stupid. I see nothing, no tail. Well, she left now, but... Well, actually, she is still there, but... Her... She's out of shot now. Thank you. And the thing worked. Oh my god, awesome. My auto shout out and my auto like little announcement thingy, my alert little went off thing. But thank you. Yeah, she's actually just sitting there now. Like, she's right here, which you can't see because that's like not where the camera is. There she goes. Cat cam. Anyway. Love to see things working. Me too, because I tested it yesterday and it didn't work at first. So then I had to tweak it and get it to work. But I hadn't tested the alert yet. I had just tested the, like, auto shout out. So I'm glad that they both work. But yeah, Devil Gamer 27 and we're Peachy. How are you guys? I hope you're having a good Tuesday. I'm sorry, I'm like all over the place right now. We just got our food from DoorDash, and my cat was in here, and they gave us the wrong food, so Charlie had to get a refund. Should I get a milkshake? If you want. I'm good. Just went on a walk with my dad. Nice. I hope it was a good walk and not too hot. All right. I'm good. I'm about to get my dinner. Speaking of food, how dare you give the wrong food? It's not only the wrong food, but Charlie has celiac disease, so like a severe gluten allergy, and they ordered a gluten-free cookie, and they gave us a regular cookie. It says contains wheat on the front. They are like hospitally allergic to wheat. So it's not even like, oh, it's the wrong thing, but I can still eat it. It's like, I am allergic to the thing you gave me. It's like, I can eat the cookie, but they can't. It was a good walk. It's just cloudy. That's good. Because cloudy means not too sunny, which means not too hot. That is so frustrating. Yeah. Unfortunately, it happens all the time where they get a gluten thing when they ordered a gluten-free thing, which is not only incredibly annoying, but also incredibly dangerous. And, like, we pay a lot of attention to stuff like that. Like, we know exactly what we ordered, and we know what's gluten-free and what's not gluten-free. But if you were somebody who maybe didn't know and had just Googled, or not Googled, had just like ordered gluten-free cookie and didn't know that the Snickerdoodle was gluten-free, but the regular cookie's not gluten-free, like, they could have eaten that and been like, yes, cookie, this is the gluten-free cookie, not the regular one. And like, obviously that didn't happen because we read the label, but like, it's annoying that because of your allergy, you have to read the label on literally everything. And then on food like a sandwich, which doesn't come with a label, you just have to hope that the bread they gave you is the gluten-free bread. And we're lucky that I order regular bread and Charlie orders gluten-free bread so that we can tell the difference between our bread. And if they look the same, something is wrong. But if you like, thank you for the fart, Ty. But if you like live alone or were just eating alone and didn't have anybody's food to compare yours to, like one time we went out to a restaurant and Charlie ordered a burger and I didn't order a burger, but my brother did, and he was out to dinner with us. And if it wasn't for that, Charlie was given a regular bun. And I was like, no, like, I'm sure it's a gluten-free bun. And then they brought my brother's out and I was like, nope, that's the same bun. That is the same bun. But hi, Ty, I hope you're having a good Tuesday. We're talking about the fact that we ordered food and Charlie was given a gluten cookie instead of a gluten-free cookie, which is what they ordered. So now we're mad. I took a big bite. I'm sorry. Gluten full cookie. No, for real. I can't eat the gluten. No, literally. Like, I'm not that mad because it works out for me that I get a free cookie, but I'm mad on Charlie's behalf. Also, like, I paid for it, so that's my refund. You're gonna order a milkshake? Yeah, get a milkshake. Where are you getting a milkshake from? I've had such an amazing time talking about Ace and Arrow things with Maybe the Thorman Petito. Oh yeah, with your podcast and stuff. That's super exciting. I'm glad that you're having fun doing it. Five Guys? Okay, that's what I figured. Yeah, my sandwich is weirdly, like, falling apart. Even though I'm pretty sure it's on the regular bread. But it's, like, flaky. No, I know you're paying me back for the food. I just meant, like, hypothetically, I had paid for it. So, they should give me what I paid for. I know that you're paying me back for your stuff, but... like, either way, they're giving us a refund because that's not the cookie you ordered. And if they were out, they should have just said that they were out because, like, that would have been fine and they could have just refunded us then. I went on a... I can't read. I went on a Twitter crusade to get Shania followed by Avon, only to find out they had been following her for months. Oh, no. Being followed by Avon would be super cool. I couldn't finish that sentence in my head. Hi, Nandy. I used to work with the Human Rights Campaign, so I'm really familiar with... Oh, you guys cannot see her because the camera is, like, on the complete opposite side of the room, but she just laid down on the hardwood and is, like, splayed out completely. She is so cute. You enjoying the hardwood over there? But I used to work with the Human Rights Campaign, so I'm really familiar with a lot of, like, queer organizations, like Avon, HRC, like Trevor Project, Glisten, GLAAD, like all of those, like, organizations I feel like are in cahoots with HRC because they're all, like, you know, LGBTQ plus organizations, nonprofits and things like that. So I feel like they all sort of go hand in hand. They've been following everyone who's been joining me on the podcast. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I'm glad that they're, like, involved in, you know, like, influencer, not that you're, like, an influencer, I know we hate that word, but, like, technically that's the term, right? Like, influencer marketing. But yeah, I'm glad that they're, like, interested in what people in, like, the ACE influencer space are up to. Because, you know, I feel like it's one thing to be advocating for the community as a whole, and then it's another thing to be advocating for, like, individuals in the community. But, yeah, I mean, I guess it'll be pretty easy to get people that you want followed by Avon if you just, like, put them on the podcast. I mean, I already told you I'll do your podcast whenever. Hit me up. These Doritos are good. But how was everybody's weekend? Did you guys do anything fun over the weekend, or just rest, which is also very valid because resting is sometimes necessary? I'll add you to the Discord. Slay, yeah. If you send me the, like, the invite, I'll join. Oh, I just got it. Okay. Join. I join. I can put it right next to my other Ace and Arrow Discord servers that I'm in. All right. I'll look at that more later, obviously, when I'm not streaming, but I joined. The storm coming in has knocked me out. Stupid barometric pressure. Yeah. I didn't know that it was gonna, like, storm. I know it was raining, like, the other day. How many are we on? 37? We're not making good time, guys. I keep getting distracted. I am truly not made for these types of shiny hunts where it's like doing the same thing over and over again. I mean, to a certain extent, all shiny hunts are doing the same thing over and over again. But like, with the sandwich hunting, you really have to like look around at the shinies to make sure, or at the Pokemon to make sure that they're shiny or not. So I have to be like paying a little bit more attention than I have to be here. This one, it's just like spam A until I see a Kabuto, and then if he's not green, close the game and then repeat. So, like, 90% of these resets are just this long-ass loading screen that we'd have to sit here and stare at. It's supposed to rain the next 3 days? Okay, well, we don't have much, do we? I know we're dog sitting Wednesday. I guess tomorrow is Wednesday. So we're dog sitting tomorrow. But are we doing anything Thursday or Friday? I should check my Pogo too. Usually nothing spawns at our house though. The only thing I've seen at my house today was a Smoliv, and that's not even a fossil. Only thing is your appointment Friday, right? Okay. All right, fossil. I also don't know how people like put their Pogos like on screen, because I would just be too afraid of like somebody figuring out where I live. Especially if you live near a Pokestop. Like, what if they look at that stop and then figure out where it is? Yeah, there is not a single spawn in front of me right now. Nothing. I could put on... Oh, wait, nope. Smoliv just spawned in. There he is. There is my single Smoliv. We'll see if he's shiny, but he won't be. Nope. I did get a shiny Medicham over the weekend when we were in Richmond. It was like at the dinner table, which I thought was funny. The rain has cooled things down, but not great for migraines. Yeah. Yeah, Charlie likes the sound. I like rain, as long as I don't have to, like, be out in it. The autism doesn't like being randomly wet. I'm getting Dorito dust on my controller. All right. Yeah. Trying to control this with one hand right now. All right. I'm sorry. I kept you waiting. I'm sorry. All right. And you keep giving me not shiny Kabuto, so... All right. Or actually, no, I'm not streaming Thursday. Charlie is. I forgot. The schedule is different this week. I'm streaming Friday because Charlie is part of a horror raid train, so they're going to be playing, I think, Phasmophobia. Although, I guess, technically, I'll be probably playing Phasmophobia with them. So, like, I'll be here. But I won't be on this channel. I'll be on their channel, so... I've never been able to play horror games. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not for everybody, for sure. I'm not super into horror, as a genre, like, movies, books, games. Not because I don't like it, but because horror doesn't, like, scare me, really. Like, very rarely does a horror game scare me. Like, I'll scream when we're playing Phasmo when I'm, like, getting chased. I'll be like, oh, no, like, I'm being chased. But I'm not, like, actually scared, and I'm not, like, actually being chased, and I'm a little bit too aware of that. To, like, really enjoy it. And then the horror movies are the same thing. It's, like... Being a film major and having studied horror, like taken a class by a woman who literally is getting her PhD in horror film, and like learning all of the ins and outs of horror just kind of means that like I know what's gonna happen like 9 times out of 10 in a horror movie. I know what the twist is gonna be, who the murderer is, like, you know, that kind of thing. Just because it's like, I can't help it when I'm watching a movie, the having been taught exactly what to look for in a horror movie to give it away kind of ruins it. So if I'm watching a horror movie, I have to take off my film major hat and just like not pay attention too closely, or I'm gonna ruin the whole thing for myself and spoil it. That's my problem. Doesn't scare me. It just feels too formulaic. I'm very jumpy. Yeah, see, I'm not jumpy at all. I prefer the horror movies that are the satire of the genre. Yeah, so there's a lot of horror movies that I do like. I prefer thrillers to horror. I love Parasite. I think that movie is really well done. That is a movie where I had no fucking idea what was gonna happen. Like, I knew that The Rock, I guess, like, spoilers for Parasite, the movie, if you haven't seen it. I knew that The Rock was Chekhov's gun, right? Like, from the beginning, you can tell that rock is not there for no reason, and it's obviously Chekhov's gun. But I had no fucking idea. Like, I did not know where that movie was gonna go. Like, the turn that movie took was not what I was expecting at all. Or when they're self-aware. Yeah. What I was gonna say before I started talking about Parasite is that I was in a movie last summer that shot in our area, and it's a horror comedy, which I think is, you know, like Scream, right? Like, I love Scream because it's a horror comedy, right? It's like, it's a satire. So I love that kind of thing because it's like, it's not really meant to be scary. It's more meant to be funny than scary. But the film is called Lock-In. It's about a group of, like a youth group at a church. So like a bunch of like, you know, high school age kids. And they're doing a lock-in, which if you like aren't up on, like Christian youth groupery, it's like a big sleepover where you like lock yourself in the church and have a sleepover and you have to be there all night. Kind of thing. And, you know, it's supposed to be fun and you're gonna like play like worship games and sing, you know, Jesus songs and shit like that. But in the film that I'm in, the lock-in, you know, quickly takes a turn and kids start getting murdered at the lock-in and they're trying to figure out like who's doing it. Obviously I won't tell you who's doing it. You'll have to watch the movie to find out. but it's, you know, it's an indie movie. It's made not by like a, you know, a huge production company, but just made by like a couple of people that I literally think the crew was like 4 people. Like it was literally 2 directors, a camera guy and like a sound guy, and that was like pretty much it. And then the cast was just a bunch of like local college and high school students that were like willing to participate for not very much pay. And like, don't get me wrong, I had so much fun shooting it. I'm so excited for it to be a real movie. But it's very goofy. Like, there's one scene that might be like kind of scary because it's a little bit gory. Like, there's a, not too gory, but like there's a bit of blood in one scene. One of the characters basically gets shot with an arrow, like a crossbow, like a bow and arrow type arrow, just like straight. It goes straight through them. So like that's a little bit grody, but besides that, it's not that scary. It's definitely way more funny than scary. And I really I like things that are funny, but weirdly enough, I don't love comedies either. Unless it's like a drama comedy, a horror comedy. But usually I don't watch just like straight comedy movies. Like if the whole thing is that it's trying to be funny, but not really trying to be interesting, then I don't like it as much. But if it's funny and interesting, then I do like it. Anything except clowns. I hate clowns. I love good and shitty horror movies. Yeah, well, there's definitely an appreciation for horror movies that are bad on purpose. I struggle with horror movies that are bad on accident. If it's not trying to be bad, but it is bad, I am going to have a hard time watching it. Just in general, movies that are bad on accident, you know, because it's like nobody set out to make a bad movie in those cases. Like obviously horror movies that are bad on purpose is a different thing. But in the case of most movies that bomb, because usually ones that are bad on purpose actually do pretty well because it's like bad on purpose. But movies that like really bomb. Oh, Megan, welcome in. Thank you for paying your daily loan. You paid 2,100 bells on your loan. Like it makes me sad as a filmmaker to watch a movie that somebody like tried really hard on and like worked really hard on, and then it just turned out bad. Like, it makes me feel bad because, like, I've been there. I've made shit movies. I made a really bad movie once. And I knew that it was bad and there was nothing that I could do about it. And I just kept making it because I was like, I have to submit it. Like, I have to turn this in. It's awful, but I have to submit it. And, like, I didn't want anybody to watch it. I, like, was just, like, cringing, thinking about it being watched by other people. Thank you for paying your loan, Ty. You're at 400. Let's go. My sub expired. Oh no. Do you have Amazon Prime? If you have Amazon Prime, you can you get 1 free sub a month that you can use. So it costs Jeff Bezos money, but it doesn't cost you money. I'm possibly taking on a larger role in that documentary. Oh my god, yeah, I filled out a Google form for that and then forgot about it. I can't remember if I'm doing that or not. Honestly, pretty bad, so I won't be chatty today. Oh, I'm sorry. Just heard from the producer. Oh, nice. Yeah, I need to see if I'm doing that or not because I filled out a Google form. Oh, I use my Prime for my brother. Gotcha. Wait, your brother streams on Twitch? Did I know this? I can't remember if I knew that. Anyway, I have an ad coming up, so I'm gonna quickly do this last reset and then go on ad break and finish my sandwich probably. Okay. He's not shiny. All right, perfect. All right, ad is gonna start right now, so I'm gonna go on BRB. Okay. Thank you guys for the farts. And yeah, Megan, we are here for you. If you need to text us in the like group chat, or if you just want to like lurk or chat here, I hope that me looking for this fossil will make you feel better. Oh, it's a documentary they're filming in the. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mean. You mentioning a documentary reminded me that I had filled out a Google form on Twitter for a separate documentary, and then just kind of combined those two thoughts into one sentence. I just meant that I need to reach out to the person that I filled out the Google form for and see if I'm actually participating in that or not. But that's cool that you're doing the one in Toronto that is separate. I combined two thoughts into one thought, because you said documentary and it just reminded me of the documentary that I signed up for. But yes, hugs for Megan. I farted mid-hug, my bad. Oh my god. 67% gay tide, let's go. Megan, at least you're 93% gay. You're having a bad day, but at least you're 93% gay. Charlie's 80% gay. You're all pretty gay. Like, you're all more than half gay. My ads are still going, so I just see Ty talking in mute. What the heck? I hate it when it gives me a specific ad time, and then it doesn't actually show ads to everybody at the exact same time, which is what it's supposed to do, but whatever. Only 33% smelly. That's not bad. At least you showered. 14% froggy. Oh no, your froggy melt. Charlie is 29% smelly. You all smell pretty good. Charlie's only 0% froggy. Shoot them. Oh, not what I meant to do. What happened? Hello? How did you shout out yourself? I can't delete it because it came from my own account. Because the shout outs come from my... I can't delete my own messages. You shouted yourself out. I'm sorry. Charlie's 49% EP. I like that it says the last thing that you were playing was Bug Snacks. Were you playing Bug Snacks? I do not stream nor need a shout out. Well, you can have a shout out for being a W mod. That's your shout out for being a W mod. 77% cute. This one is called The End of Sex. It has a broader focus looking into social, cultural, and biological forces contributing to the decline in rates of sex and relationships in Canada and globally. But there's going to be a large focus on the ASPEC community as well. That's awesome. That sounds super cool. I'll definitely watch that. I meant to shout out the captions because I couldn't hear during the ads. Yeah, no, you guys can't delete messages from me. Like, it's my chat, and I can't delete my own messages either. I can delete the bots' messages, but since the shout outs come from my account, there's nothing I can do. Not me, I tried. That Bugsnax stream was from 2020. I streamed because I wanted to show my gameplay on PS5. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, either way, shout out to Megan for being a W mod. So, you guys should follow Megan's YouTube channel. They don't stream, but they Megan and their boyfriend have a joint YouTube channel together where they do like horror stuff, and you should follow that because, or subscribe to it, I guess, because it's a YouTube channel. It's called Wimdom, Wimdom. It's very cool. I kept you waiting. I'm sorry. Here's my Kabuto. All right, and he's normal. Bugsnax is a good game, though. I got to play the DLC. Yeah, I know somebody who played Bugsnax. I don't think I've ever played it, but I've seen people play it before. Megan getting a shout out completely against their will. I see Charlie texting the group chat. Charlie is a very... Oh, RT game. Yeah. The dev said this isn't horror and is not meant to be scary. Well, then why did I almost pee myself at the ending? Real. I was gonna say Charlie is like such a like an empathetic and caring person that they're like texting in the group chat and being like, Megan being sad is making me sad. I feel bad for them. And being like, we're here for you. We love you. Charlie is very sweet. I'm sorry. I was gone. I'm sorry. All right. Charlie is like borderline empath for real, which is like funny because I'm the opposite. I'm like whatever the other end of the empath spectrum is, sociopath. I'm not quite that far, but I'm definitely closer to like no empathy than I am to full empathy. I'm just an empath. Omar? Who's Omar? Charlie is heaven sent. Agreed. I mean, I think them being such a caring person is probably like a good part of why I love them and like fell for them in the first place, because without like sounding too depressing, I'm not really used to people caring about me. At least not like that. So it was kind of refreshing to have somebody that actually like gave a shit about me, I guess. And like not just like gave a shit about me, but like actually genuinely like cared about what I had to say and like listened to me. And like, especially when I was, you know, complaining about a relationship that I was having with somebody else when they actively had feelings for me, which is like a really annoying thing to do when like a lot of people, especially guys, if you're like going through a breakup or whatever, like guys are often just like ready to pounce in situations like that, right? Like they're like, oh, well, now that you're broken up with him, like you can get with me. Like they're just like kind of waiting for their female friends to be single so that they can like, not that I'm female, but like, you know what I mean? You know, guys will just kind of wait for a friend of theirs to be single so that they can try to get with them. And if they can be like the shoulder to cry on when you're going through a breakup, they think that like that's their in. Like there was like so many movies where like that's the plot, right? Like guy friend is there for female friend or whatever. And Charlie didn't do that. Like they weren't trying to turn me against the person that I was talking to and, you know, be like, oh, well, you know, he's so bad for you. You should be with me instead. It was just like, no, I'm sorry that he treated you like that. And like, you know, I wish somebody would treat you better than that. But I also understand if, you know, you want to stay friends with him, because I don't know the full story and I don't know him well enough to, you know, trash talk him, because I feel like it would be so easy to be like, oh, well, you know, he's trash. He's shit. Like, you know, I could be so much better than him. And that like was not Charlie's attitude or approach at all. So it wasn't overbearing. It was just like, I'm here for you if you like need somebody to be here for you, which was good because I felt bad bringing our third friend into the mix. Like it felt wrong to make Kat have to pick a side because Kat was friends with both of us. And I didn't want her to feel like she had to pick between me and him just because like we were having a squabble. So it was nice that Charlie was like a sort of like impartial third party, like obviously a little bit partial to me because we were friends and they weren't friends with the guy, but better than somebody who was friends with me and with him. I love you both so much and give so many shits about you. I love you. Jordan patiently waited 8 to 9 months to be my shoulder to cry on, but he was always there. Exactly. Like Charlie waited an appropriate amount of time to tell me that they had feelings for me, and really only told me as soon as they did, because like really everything with this guy went down between like April and July, and they told me that they had feelings for me by August, which would seem like a quick turnaround, but in the grand scheme of things it really wasn't. And they really only told me because we had gone on this 2-week long trip together where we, you know, flew to LA and drove back. And they were, oh my God, there's a bug. And they were, you know, fostering these feelings for me the whole time. And it was like, I can't not tell you after that. I just, like, I couldn't tell you before because I didn't want it to be awkward, but I, like, have to tell you now. And I wasn't quite as patient as Jordan. You weren't, but you didn't need to be because you were patient after, which was more important to me, I think. It was the kind of thing where I told you when you told me that you liked me, I was like, I need time to process that information. I don't have a response for you right now. I can't tell you whether or not I like you in this moment because the truth is I don't know. Like, and I think that's a combination of being ace and having just been through that, like, situationship breakup where I just really did not know. It wasn't like I was trying to spare their feelings or anything like that. I mean, I was kind of trying to spare their feelings a little bit because my instinct was to say no, whether or not I liked them, because I felt like I just wasn't in a good place. But I didn't want to hurt their feelings. So I was just like, can you wait for me to decide? Like, can I just have a minute to process that information? And luckily they said yes. And I know that, you know, I know now in hindsight that was really hard. That, like, they told me right before I was about to leave their place. Like, we had been hanging out and I was in their room and I was, like, about to leave. I was like, I should probably go back to my dorm and, like, go to bed. And they were like, before you go, you know, let me tell you that I have a crush on you. And so I already had to leave. Like, I couldn't really stay, but I couldn't just, like, leave right after they dropped that information. So I literally just had to be like, oh, okay, wow, I have to go, and I need time to think about that, so I'm just gonna think about that, and then I know as soon as I left, they probably had, like, a panic attack, just being anxious about what I was gonna say, and I feel bad about that, but I didn't know what I was gonna say. The trip made my feelings grow like crazy. By the time we got back, I was like, yeah. No, I know. I'm sure. And you can tell that I was completely oblivious on the trip because I was sharing a bed with Charlie on the road trip because we were getting hotel rooms that had 2 beds and there were 3 of us, so somebody had to share. And Charlie's a cuddler and I'm not. And so Charlie would be like, can we cuddle? And I was like, what? Like, what? Because I had never, like, you know, I had cuddled, like, a couple of my friends before, and one of them was a girl that I had a huge crush on. I guess most of the friends I've cuddled with, either I had a crush on them, they had a crush on me, or we were just, like, really, really close. Because I'm not a cuddler, so I was like, huh? This was Charlie? No, literally. I could not have been more oblivious to them having feelings for me. I just thought, like, nothing of it. I was like, well, yeah, we have to share a bed because it's a trip. Like, I also shared a bed. Well, actually, I didn't end up sharing a bed with Kat on that trip, but I had also shared a bed with Kat, and they had also shared a bed with Kat. Like, we all alternated who was sharing the bed. So, like, you know. I was very anxious, but obviously I wanted to give you the time and space that you needed. And I appreciate that. And I'm like, you know, I'm not sorry, I guess. I feel bad that you had to sort of sit in your own anxiety because I know how I would have felt if I had to sit in my own anxiety in the same situation. But I appreciate you being willing to do it because I needed the time. You were so obvious, and yet I didn't notice at all. Because I had also been, you know, flirting with Kat, you know? So, like, I was flirting with you and flirting with Kat and thinking absolutely nothing of it. I was just like, you know, just friends flirting with friends. You have nothing to feel bad about. Well, yeah, that's why I said I'm not, like, sorry, because it's like, it was what I needed, and I'm not going to, like, apologize for having needed space. But, like I wish that I hadn't, you know, like I wish that I had already felt okay. Like I wish that I hadn't been dwelling on this like shit relationship that I had been in prior to you, but I think I needed the shit relationship prior to you for our relationship to happen. Like I think that I needed him to throw me over so that you could be there for me. That part. That's fair. Yeah, like, you know, part of me wishes it didn't go down the way that it did, but like how could I wish anything different when the result was that I got to be with Charlie? Like it was a shit thing to have to go through, but I wouldn't trade it because it led me to Charlie, and that's what's important. This. Exactly. Like, I'm sure, Megan, it's kind of the same way where it's like, obviously, like, you wish you didn't have to go through, like, a sort of abusive, like, relationship or be with, you know, a shit person. But, like, if it wasn't for the shit person, you might not have found your way to Jordan. So, in a way, the shit was kind of worth it, even if it sucked. Like, part of you will wish that it didn't happen, but the other part of you knows that it was, like, it was part of your story. I feel that way about a lot of things. Like, a lot of the, like, childhood traumas and things that I went through, like, there's, you know, the parts of me that just wish I didn't have to go through that and, you know, wish that it didn't happen, but it's the whole, like, you know, whatever happens to you makes you who you are kind of thing. So it's like, if I hadn't been through those experiences, I probably wouldn't be the person that I am, and I more or less I want to be the person that I am. I'm getting to a place where I want to be the person that I am, but in a lot of ways I like the person that I am. So, like, I don't know, it's complicated. Like, it's the kind of thing that Charlie and I talk about sometimes, where Charlie doesn't wish that they had never been disabled, but, like, also, you know, wishes that they felt better and wishes that they didn't have to go through some of the, like, terrible things that come along with having their disability. And, like, if they could have better treatment or even a cure for it now, they would probably take it, but they wouldn't go back in time and make themselves never disabled, because being disabled has made them who they are. Like, same thing with me. Like, if there was a cure for autism, I don't think I would take it, because I think that my autism is a big part of my personality, and I don't know what I would be like without being autistic. And I don't, like, I feel like my autism is my sparkle. I say that a lot. But, like, I think that I'm, like, funny and goofy and interesting, and I have these, like, these interests and hyperfixations and things that I really enjoy that are a huge part of who I am. And, like, I can't imagine not having that. Like, I, you know, I wish I could get rid of some of the bad parts of autism, but I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't be me without all the BS that's happened. Yeah, butterfly effect for sure. I'm a big believer in, like, don't go back in time and change stuff, kind of like in time travel movies and stuff. Because every tiny little thing that you change is going to change something in the future. Like, even if you think it's so small and, like, not even gonna change anything, somewhere, somehow, something is gonna get changed, whether you like it or not. So, if somebody gave me, like, a thing to go back into the past and change something, there's a lot of things that I wish I could change, but I probably wouldn't change most of them. Yeah. As much as it makes me struggle with friends, be introverted, too weird, or forgetful, it's who I am. Exactly. Like, you know, I wish that I wasn't maybe as socially anxious or as socially inept as I am. or like that I could be a little less introverted, and certainly, I wish that my ADHD was more under control. But like those are things that I can manage, right? Like ADHD medication might help me without like completely taking away my ADHD, but like just give me the opportunity to focus when I need to. Or like, therapy and things like that for autism and, maybe getting over social anxiety and things like that. But I wouldn't want it to just be taken away completely, right? Like I would rather have the opportunity to get over it than have it just disappear. Weirdo power, normal is boring. Yeah, no, I feel like one of those like normal people scare me 2014 Tumblr memes. But it's true. I wouldn't want to be a normal person. I don't know what I would do. I can't imagine doing like a normal person job. And I hate applying for normal people jobs, like 9 to 5. Because I just like, real. Because I just want to be like a goofy little film guy, Just raw dog it. That's the reason I don't take medication. I'm afraid it'll make me not who I am. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that the ADHD medication, like, doesn't make them feel good. Like, it helps, but it just kind of messes with the everything else about them. I had a friend, a male assigned at birth friend, who had ADHD and said that if he took ADHD medicine, he couldn't, like, get hard. Like, as easily. Like, get messed with his sex drive, and he didn't like that, so he stopped taking it. It basically was like ED was like a side effect of the ADHD medicine, and he was like, no, I'd prefer it if my dick worked. I don't want to be normal. Yes, I know, I said real a couple times. But I feel like it was real. We're almost at the funny number of Kabutos. Spray myself, yeah. 2 more and we'll have 69 Kabutos. Just real, but in sparkles. I feel that. But it's like the Gravity Falls episodes with like Lyndon Blandon and like the time travel things, like the episode. So in Time Traveler's Pig, where they first introduced Lyndon Blandon, your milkshake is here. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Yippee, milkshake for Charlie. But in Time Traveler's Pig, when they first introduced Lyndon Blandon, the time travel thing, it immediately is like, can you put it in frigid break? Yeah. It is immediately like, don't time travel, you're gonna fuck stuff up, right? Because Dipper keeps using the time travel to go back in time, and they're at like a carnival, and he's trying to like throw the ball at the thing, and if you knock it over, you win the prize, right? So he's trying to win a prize for Wendy because he has a crush on Wendy, and he's trying to win her the stuffed animal or whatever. And so he messes it up in real life the first time, and so he uses the time travel measuring tape, and he goes back in time, and he keeps trying to throw it a different way, throw it at a different time, and no matter what he does, throw it with his left hand, throw it with his right hand, throw it higher, throw it lower, like every single time he does it, he either hits Wendy in the eye and gives her a black eye, or he completely misses, or, some other catastrophe happens, right? So he eventually, like, makes this like really complicated way of it where he throws it up in the air and then gets Mabel to like help him get it to like come back down. She like moves the gutter, and the ball eventually hits like dead on, and he wins the prize, right? But because he got Mabel to help him, she isn't able to go get Waddles, her pig, because she wins him in a carnival game. But because she's distracted helping Dipper, she's not able to win Waddles at the carnival game. And he's like, well, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not going to go back and redo this again. I got what I wanted. It's just a pig, just get a different one. And she's like, no. And she gets really depressed about it, and he time travels like 2 weeks in the future, and she's still really depressed about it. And eventually they decide to go back and get Waddles because she was like horribly depressed about, not ending up with Waddles. And there was just no timeline where she could get Waddles and he could get Wendy. There was just no way for them to both get what they wanted. And now we know, I guess spoilers for the Book of Bill as well. Now in the Book of Bill, we know that the timeline that exists in Gravity Falls is the only timeline in any universe, in all of the alternate timelines, all of the alternate universes. The timeline that we see in Gravity Falls is the only timeline where Dipper and Mabel both survive. And that is truly haunting information to learn, because if you think about the time traveler's pig, in the episode where Mabel wins her pig and Dipper tries to convince her not to, and in an alternate timeline where Dipper had ended up with Wendy and Mabel had not ended up with Waddles, they would have died. And we know that for a fact because in a future episode of Gravity Falls after Time Traveler's Pig, there's an episode with dinosaurs. They like go underground, and there's like a bunch of like frozen in amber like dinosaurs, and like Waddles like saves Grunkle Stan in that episode, because the reason they end up with the dinosaurs is because Mabel leaves Waddles with Grunkle Stan and tells him to watch him. And he puts him outside, and the pig gets snatched by a pterodactyl. And then they have to go rescue him, and Stan is like, oh, that stupid pig, blah, blah, blah. But the pig ends up saving their lives at the end. So if Mabel had not had Waddles, he would not have been able to rescue them. Granted, if she hadn't had Waddles, he wouldn't have gotten taken, but there's multiple points in the show where Waddles comes in handy, and like he helps with Gideon, he helps with the dinosaurs. There are multiple episodes where Waddles is like an integral part of them surviving and a part of their team. In fact, at one point, I think Blendon Blandon, or one of the time creatures, says, and Waddles their leader, and refers to Waddles as their leader, which is obviously like a silly bit, but if you think about it, like Waddles is a very integral part of their dynamic. It's not just the twins, it's not just Wendy and Stan and Ford. Waddles is one of them. And, there's alternate versions of events where when Bill is holding Mabel in Weirdmageddon and he goes, eeny, meeny, miny, you, and then snaps his finger, that he would have killed Mabel if Stan and Ford hadn't stopped him. And luckily they do, but there's probably alternate universes where Mabel dies and Dipper lives, or Dipper dies and Mabel lives, or they both die and the Stans live, or they all die. Like, there's, you know, all of these different timelines, but not a single other one where Dipper and Mabel live. And that's haunting. Because if you believe in multiverse theories, or if you don't believe in them in real life, but you believe in them in the context of a show that has established a multiverse, usually multiverses mean that every single decision you make breaks off a new timeline so that there are infinite timelines. So, like, literally there's a timeline where I got, you know, a brownie for dinner, and there's a timeline where I had gotten a cookie for dinner. Granted, in this timeline, I got both, but there's probably a timeline where I just got a brownie or just got a cookie. And, you know, that's a small thing and it probably wouldn't affect much, but there's a timeline somewhere where I'm eating a cookie and a timeline somewhere where I'm eating a brownie, right? So if you believe that every single decision breaks off a new timeline, you can walk through Gravity Falls and look at every individual decision they made, and no matter what decision they made, if it's not the one they made in the show, they would have died in that timeline. Like, there's no other decision they could have made at any point that would have resulted in them living. Not a single one. So another good example is there's an episode where there's, like, clones, and so there's a clone of Wendy. Like, a monster that transforms into Wendy. Hi, Nando. Welcome in. How's it going? I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Where a monster transforms into Wendy, and Dipper needs to kill the monster, and he's holding her axe, and Wendy, the real Wendy, and the clone Wendy are fighting, and it's, you know, which one of you is the real Wendy situation. And, you know, luckily he does figure out who the real Wendy is, because fake Wendy winks at him, and real Wendy goes like this. But there's, you know, a universe where he picked the wrong Wendy, killed real Wendy, and then Monster Wendy probably eats them. Guess what? I went to Otakon. Oh yeah, that was this past weekend. How was it? Did you have a good time? So that's just like another version of events where you could say that, like, a different decision would have killed them. My Otakon weekend is doing awesome. I got to meet anime cosplayers. That's so exciting. Anime stuff and arcade games. Yeah, I love going to cons. Did you, like, walk through, like, the artist alley? Because I always do that. Even if I can't really buy all that much, I love looking at all of, like, the cosplayers and the arts and stuff. Yeah, that train of thought is so eerie. No, I know. Because, like, I think about that kind of thing in real life, too. Like, I don't know if I necessarily believe in, like, infinite multiverses in real life, but I do believe in alternate universes in real life. I think it makes sense to me that there could be alternate versions of us out there in space and time. I don't know scientifically how real that could be, but in my head, I can't, like, necessarily discount it. So when I make decisions, especially, like, big decisions in my real life, I literally do imagine, like, okay, you know, what is the butterfly effect of me making this decision? And how does the universe work out, right? Like, there's alternate universes where I didn't go out with Charlie, and there's probably an alternate universe where I did go out with the guy that I was talking to before I went out with Charlie, and there's, like, an alternate universe where I went out with my best friend from middle school that I had a crush on that I didn't know that I had a crush on at the time, but maybe there's an alternate universe where I did know and we did go out. And, like, I don't know. I believe to a certain extent that there are different universes. I don't know if there's, like, an infinite number of multiverses, but it wouldn't surprise me. I'm excited for another time of Otakon next year. Yeah, we might, like, go to cons next year if we have the time and the money. I would love to go to KatsuCon, Otakon, NekoCon. I would love to actually go to cons again. I feel like we've just been so busy, and then also being unemployed, like, I can't, like, drop a bunch of money on cons. I'm lucky that I get to go see Dan and Phil in November because my dad paid for the ticket. And then I had bought my Clancy tickets before I was unemployed, thank God, so that money was already spent. Like, yes, I could sell my tickets and get money, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to see 21 Pilots if it fucking kills me. But, yeah. Alright, normal Kabuto. I'm going to go grab Charlie's milkshake for them real fast. I'll be right back. Pookie? What?
Vaguely reveal Pookie for stream the first time.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm not on PRV.
Thank you.
Oh wait, you wanted me to put it in the fridge?
That's okay, I want it now.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good. I can always leave it for freezer if I want to.
Okay, I'm back. I got Charlie's milkshake. By the way, I don't actually usually call them Pookie. I just do it as a joke because when I can't find them, there's this TikTok audio that's like, Pookie is missing. So if ever Charlie isn't sitting where I expect them to be sitting or where I last saw them, I'll go, Pookie is missing. And I do that all the time. That audio like lives in my head rent free. These chips are like just crumb. You watched the Demon Slayer Mugen Train marathon on Saturday? I'll tell you, Nando. Charlie and I were staying in a hotel on Saturday night, and I just kind of wanted to put something on the TV to be like background noise. We weren't really trying to watch anything, but I just kind of wanted to see what was on. And so I was like scrolling through the channels that the hotel had, and they had Cartoon Network. And it was late at night on Saturday. And I put on Cartoon Network and it was on Adult Swim and it was playing Demon Slayer. And I thought of you because I was like, Charlie, it's Toonami Marathon. It's Demon Slayer, Toonami. Like, I was like, Nando's probably watching this. I ended up not putting it on because I think it was a part of it that we hadn't seen. But I did think of you when I saw it. Frog hat. Okay, today it's not a frog hat today. It's a similar hat though. Instead of a frog bucket hat today, I have my Fossil Week bucket hat, which is a hat with skeletons on it. So I will wear my skeleton hat if that's okay. If you want the frog hat, I can put the frog hat on. But today is skeleton hat day for Fossil Week. Demon Slayer Swordsmith Village arc with 1 hour premiere. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, Charlie and I are actually going to sit down and catch up on the anime that we're behind on. We're going to watch Haikyuu. We're going to watch Demon Slayer. We're going to watch My Hero because My Hero manga just ended. I saw news about that drop. So My Hero is going to end. So we need to catch up on My Hero. And we need to catch up on Demon Slayer. And then I'm caught up on Haikyuu except for the movie, but Charlie needs to catch up. So this week, Charlie, we're actually going to sit down and we're going to fucking watch anime. I don't know when, but at some point, we're doing it. Anime week. Yeah. Thank you for the fire, Charlie. Now I can't hear the music because I took my headphones out. Let me put like my earbuds in. And switch the sound to my earbuds so that I can at least still hear. Okay, there we go. Oh, good, because it was like a Pop Goes Punk thing anyway, or Punk Goes Pop, or whichever way around it is. Feel like a stranger and I feel so rough. I like this hat. I think it's a little small for my head. I think it's like a child-sized hat, but, you know, whatever. All right. Where are we at? We're at 80. Oh my god, I said the goal was 200 and we're at 80. We're not even half away. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace. Luckily, I like finished eating my food, so I think I'll be able to pick up the pace a little bit here. I mean, I still have like a couple of chip crumbs and then I have my brownie, but... other than that... One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, and My Hero on Saturday, and then Toonami Rewind with Sailor Moon, Naruto, and Dragon Ball on Friday. Cool, cool. All right. Yeah, we'll have to... I haven't seen any of Sailor Moon, Naruto, or Dragon Ball Z. I have seen a little bit of... I guess I've seen a little bit of Naruto, but, like, not really. And then I've seen My Hero, some of it, and then I've seen, of course, Demon Slayer. Just need to catch up on both of those. Well, we're dog sitting this week, so maybe... They said the dog is pretty, like, laid back and kind of just, like, sits around, so maybe the dog can sit and watch anime with us. Doing great today, and Nemo's doing great also. I'm glad. I love Nemo. I hope he had a good weekend. Did you? I assume that you went to like Otakon without Nemo, but did you stay like over the weekend in Otakon, or did you just go back home? Because you're not that far. How are you? I'm good. I had a good weekend. A little bit of a tiring weekend, but like a good weekend. And I'm streaming again, which I love to do. I'm looking for fossils. Hopefully we'll find a shiny fossil at some point. Probably not today, but hopefully eventually. Back on Saturday, I went home after. Okay, gotcha. And then on Sunday, you went back. Okay, cool. So you didn't, like, leave Nemo completely for the weekend. We had to leave Leo for the whole weekend. We left him with... Thank you for redeeming Ribbit, Charlie. I will Ribbit in a minute. We had to leave... I almost said we had to leave Nemo home. No, we had to leave Leo home for the weekend because we were going too far away to come back and forth in between, so we slept in a hotel. But he got to stay with his grandparents, who he was mostly good for. He was a little bit anxious the first night and kind of like wouldn't sleep and sort of barked through the night. And then he peed inside the house, which is unusual for him because he is house trained. But I think he was just anxious and like didn't really know what was going on because he normally is obviously here with us. So he was a little anxious. But the second day he did better, we think. So, all right. I'm gonna see if we can get to 100 in the next few minutes here. I mean, we're about 20 away, so maybe like 9:30. If we can be at 100 by 9:30, and then I would stream like 7 to 11, 11:30, 12, depending on how I'm feeling. So if we get to 100 by 9:30, then we could get to 200 by like 11:30. Is that mathing? Oh, I talked to him twice. Ugh. My niece wanted to show me her Animal Crossing island. Oh, yeah, I love Animal Crossing. I need to like get back into it, but there's so many other... I want to get back into Palia too. I've just been playing only Pokemon recently because there's just been so much Pokemon like going on. I feel like I'm having like a Pokemon summer. And then I'm gonna like get back into like Palia, Stardew, Animal Crossing. There's a new game that just came out. It's like Fields of Mysteria or Wisteria or something. I really want to play that because I've seen good things about it. But we should definitely have like we should tour each other's Animal Crossing islands at the very least. Me, Kat, and Charlie used to do that. We would like hang out on each other's Animal Crossing islands and play like hide and seek and stuff. I've been thinking a lot about that. Yeah, me too. I definitely want to play it after Pokemon Summer, I guess. Fully getting back into it. We got to do island tours. Yeah, definitely. All right, we're at 86. Yeah, I just have so much that I need to do between like personal things, professional things, stream things, gaming things. Oh yeah, Charlie restarted. You need to play through it. Because like Charlie got a new Switch a while ago. They sold their old Switch Lite and got a Switch OLED so that they could stream, because you can't stream from a Switch Lite since it doesn't have a dock. And so they got an OLED Switch so they could stream from it, but that meant that they lost their Animal Crossing island because it was on the old Switch. So they restarted their island and like have not played through it hardly at all. So you need to do plot. I forgot I finished my island. I just have to decorate and then move a house. Yeah, my island is pretty much done. I mean, there's definitely like things I need to add to it and stuff, but like it's... I have a hair in my mouth. Hello? Okay. It's like 5-star and everything is like more or less where I want it to be. I just need to do more decorating. My biggest problem is my villagers. Almost none of my villagers are villagers I want. I need to do a villager hunting stream. I think that is like what I need to do next, because I do not like most of my villagers. They're not the villagers I want. Yeah, I had a 5-star island. Yeah, I have a 5-star, but I really need to replace a lot of my villagers. Oh my gosh, speaking of Animal Crossing villagers, I didn't do it yet because I forgot, but the emote artist that I got to draw me my next Animal Crossing clapping emote to either replace or have in addition to Flick. I'd say I have amiibos, but Midwest. Yeah, I just pulled my earbud out of my ear. I need amiibos or like those like trick amiibos that people have or something. What amiibos do you have, just out of curiosity? I'm not really gonna come to, you know, the Midwest and get them, but just out of curiosity, what amiibos do you and your sister have? But I'll have to show you guys the emote that they sent me. Where did I put him? Excuse me, sorry. I think he's in my, like, Twitch emote folder. Let me see. Is he? No. Where did I put him? Because he's not in my other folder. Where did I... Oh, here he is. He needs to go into this folder. Okay, wait. Can I add him as an image source just to show you? I just want to show you guys. Let me see. Oh, wait. I said I would. I see, I keep getting distracted. This is why we're not going to get to... I just want to show him to you, though. There he is. Do you see him? It's Huck from Animal Crossing. And he's clapping. Isn't he cute? So we're gonna have him as an emote soon. He clap, he do. Yeah, that's pretty much all she makes is the clapping emotes and then the little gyroid emotes. Those are all the same artist. She does like Animal Crossing emotes. So she's the one who made Flick, and she has one of like Daisy May and pretty much all of the Animal Crossing NPCs. I really wanted a Lily one, but she gives them out for free. And Lily had already been taken, so I went with Huck because he had not been taken and he was a frog. I actually don't have Huck on my island. I want Lily on my island. I don't have her either. But Shining Pearl is very fun. I love it. Some people shit on it because it's like, oh, the graphics, or oh, the remake, or blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit about any of that. I love this because I never got to play the original Diamond and Pearl. And this was so fun, and I like the stuff that they added to it. And I think it's like so cute. I like the chibi style. Like, people shit on this game. I really actually like it a lot. This might be one of my favorite Pokemon games on the Switch. I think this game is really good. And fuck other people that don't like it, because I like it. Got me back into Pokemon. Yeah, I liked Brilliant Diamond a lot. Exactly. I think they were fun to like play together. Charlie and I would like get on Diamond and Pearl and we would just like play for hours. And it was fun. Alright, I'm gonna snooze this ad until we get to 100. And then I'll play the ad when we hit 100. And then maybe on the BRB I'll upload Huck so you guys can use him. I'm going to probably make one of them a BTTV emote and then one of them a like a regular sub emote, so that, because I know that you guys like Flick and I like Flick a lot too. I just like having like froggy emotes, so I'll see if I can have Flick saved as a BTTV. Or something. This game reminds me of DS and Wii nostalgia. Exactly, because it's based on a DS game. Like, it's a remake of a game that was on the DS, and I think it's really cute. Because the DS has a lot of games that are remakes of games that were on the Game Boy. So it's like, why can't they remake stuff on the Switch? I think it's a good way for people that maybe didn't play Pokemon on the DS to get into it, because I didn't get to play original Pearl. I didn't get to play games on the Game Boy. I didn't have a Game Boy. I had a DS Lite that did have a Game Boy slot, but I didn't have Game Boy games. Like, I didn't play Pokemon Green, which I would love to play, or Pokemon Leaf Green. Like, I would love to play those games, but I don't have them, so I would love to play them, whereas Switch games are more accessible to me because, granted, I've always had a DS, I just never used it until recently. But I had gotten a Switch, and I could get Switch games easily because they still make them. Whereas, like, Charlie got a copy of Soul Silver on eBay, and if we tried to get it in store, it was like $140. And Charlie might be getting a copy. We don't know if it's like a legit copy or not. We're gonna find out when we get it, but got it for like $25 plus shipping. Which is a great deal if you consider the game is worth probably over $140. So, if Charlie gets Soul Silver, I'll have to get Heart Gold. But that's a remake. Soul Silver and Heart Gold are like remakes of Gold and Silver. And then like Leaf Green and Fire Red are remakes of Green and Red. And then Black 2 and White 2 are like remakes of Black and White. They're not like remakes. They're like kind of, I mean, they're like what Diamond and Pearl are, where it's like a remake, but they change stuff and add stuff to it. Yeah, your first Pokemon game was Diamond, and then BDSP is what you got back into it. Yeah. Like, I honestly, most of the critiques about this game, I don't care. Like, I don't care about most of the things that people don't like about this game. It's been shipped ETA August 13th. Okay, yay, soon. Like, I know one of the biggest complaints people have about this is just, like, the art style. I don't give a shit. I will say it was jarring at first. When I first started playing, I was like, whoa, this is a lot different than, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, which is a remake, more or less, of Pokemon Yellow. But again, it's like a, you know, a modified remake, right? But Let's Go Pikachu is basically... Just drop my controller. Playing Let's Go Pikachu is basically like playing Yellow. But if Yellow had come out on the Switch and had Switch graphics, basically. And then you don't really pick a starter. You just have Pikachu. And then Let's Go Eevee. You just have Eevee. But I thought that the graphics in that game were cute. You know, like I don't really care. I'm not really like a stickler for graphics because I don't really play Pokemon games for the graphics. I play Pokemon games for like, you know, the RPG of it all. Like I will say that I think that the graphics in Scarlet Violet are kind of shit and I wish they were better. But I still play Scarlet Violet. I think that the bigger thing with Scarlet Violet that people complain about, other than the graphics and how bad they are, is also that the shiny hunting is just way too easy. Like, especially with the broken outbreak odds from the event outbreaks, which reminds me, I need to do the Tatsugiris. But with like the especially broken odds from those outbreaks, finding a shiny in that game is almost like guaranteed. Like, especially if you have the shiny charm, which is pretty easy to get because the dex is not that hard to complete in that game. There's just really no way not to get shinies when you're playing Scarlet Violet. It's like really only a matter of time. It's like if you don't have a sandwich, you can still get one. And if you don't have the shiny charm, you can still get one. And if you don't have an outbreak, you can still get one. It's just like the shiny hunting in that game is just like really dumbed down, which I liked as somebody who had never done shiny hunting before. I thought it was a really good introduction into shiny hunting because I had never done it before, and it made it less scary because I knew that I could do it, right? Like once I got the hang of doing the resets, doing the knockouts, like making the sandwich, figuring out how to get herba, like once I had all of that under my belt, it really made shiny hunting accessible to somebody who had never done it before. I mean, we were able to very easily teach Megan how to do it as somebody who had never been a shiny hunter. Whereas, you know, teaching somebody to like radar hunt in this game is much more difficult. And fossil hunting is relatively easy, what I'm doing right now, right? Like all I do is give the guy the fossil over and over again. But this is something that is going to take me a lot longer. And like the safari hunting that Charlie and I are doing on their channel, that's going to take us a lot longer. But it's still shiny hunting that's like easy. It's not complicated. It's not hard. It just takes a while, right? It's tedious, but not difficult. Blue says hi. He's constantly meowing. Hi, Blue. Who's a good boy? I love him. He's a good boy, I assume. Pop, 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 frog. Pop, frog. I love him. Okay, I have 2 minutes left and I have 4 resets. I am not going to make it before the ad, but we're going to get close. Pets for Blue, please. I agree. I agree. Pets for Blue. Maybe if I was faster, but I'm not. I give him pets. Good, good. Pets for Nemo, pets for Blue, pets for, what's the other one? Caramel or something? Pets for Mandy, pets for Leo. Pets for everybody. If you have a pet, pet for your pet from me. Okay, we're at 97. I have 1 minute and 41 seconds left. Come on. Caramel's Eepy. Aww. Really, if these loading screens were shorter, we might have made it, but we're gonna get to like 99 before the ad. And then I need to get something to drink because I finished my lemonade and the chips made me thirsty. And I know that that brownie is gonna make me thirsty if I eat it. Eepy baby, me too. Yeah, Charlie's Eepy. Alright. Run, 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 run. I'm better and she did a big stretch. Aww. I love a good big stretch. Oh, and I told Charlie I would ribbit. Okay, I'll do that too. I'll probably do that after the ad. I'll go on just chatting after the ad. Wait, did he just give me the fossil? Yeah, okay. I did not look at it. I assume it wasn't shiny. Now do it. I'll do a big stretch while we're on the loading screen. Don't look at my pits. Big stretch to the right, to the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Okay. Oh no, we have 10 seconds left. Oh, one more. I'm not gonna make it. Go, go, go. Okay. Hello, Pokemon fossils. Yes, I have a fossil. Okay, I'll go outside. Ad starting soon. We're almost there, hold on. I'm at least gonna get to 99 before the ad. Okay. Yes, you study Pokemon fossils. I received Kabuto. Okay, no. Alright, well, we got to 99 before the ad. Close enough, I guess. I will see you guys after the ad. Get yourself something to drink, something to eat, do a stretch, go to the bathroom, do whatever you gotta do, and I will see you in 3 minutes. Okay. Bye! All right. I owe Charlie a ribbit, so let me do that. Ribbit. I see you guys have been stinking up my chat while I was away. 72% froggy, 69% cute, 75% eepy, 80% gay, 18% smelly, 70% eepy, 77% froggy. Thank you, Charlie. I started eating my brownie also. It's pretty good. And I got a juice pouch, which is also pretty good. So I'm vibing. All right. Let's check number 100, shall we? Let's see. You got shiny Miss Magus? No way. That's awesome. All right. Drum roll, please. Give me your tippy tappies. Kabuto. Oh, let me get onto the screen. That would be helpful. There we go. Kabuto, number 100 is... And then when it reset at midnight, I had a phantom outbreak. Oh my god. All right. Kabuto, number 100. Not shiny. All right. Thank you for the tippy tappies, Charlie. Woo! So I got that shiny too. Nice. Yeah, I have a shiny Phantom and a shiny Trevenant now because of the incidents of the disability raid train stream. Where I accidentally evolved him into a Trevenant by trading it to Charlie. Lesson learned. So now I have a Phantom and a Trevenant. It's fine. Okay, see, I did line that up perfectly for there to be 3 digits. I'm a genius. I want to get the Trevenant, but just gonna wait for an outbreak of the next Phantom. Yeah. I don't know if a Trevenant outbreak is as common. We have a friend doing a Tandemaus hunt right now. He's looking at Tandemaus outbreaks, and he's trying to get a shiny Maushold. But there are 2 different variations of Maushold. There's a family of 4 Maushold, which is the most common one. So a Tandemaus is like 2 Pokemon. It's like 2 mice holding hands, basically. And then shiny, not shiny. Tandemaus is 2, and then they evolve into Maushold, and they each get a kid. So there's like the 2 of them holding hands, or like the mom and dad, and then they have 2 kids, and it's called a family of 4 Maushold. But there's a 1 in 100 chance of them evolving into a family of 3 Maushold, which means 2 parents and 1 kid. So he's trying to get a shiny family of 3, and it's really hard. Isn't the shiny for the mouse really hard to spot? Yeah, it's basically the same color. So they're having a hard time. I think they've caught like 90 of them so far. Like 90 shiny family of 4 Tandemauses. Literally a cute ghost Pokemon. That shiny is my favorite colors, red, gray, and black. Yeah, it's literally perfect. I have to do the Tatsugiris. When do they reset? I think on the... I think it's like a 2-week long thing. And it started last week, so probably at the end of like this week. Yeah, I would say it's even harder to spot than Gengar because the regular Tandemaus and the shiny Tandemaus are both white, but one of them just has a slightly different like accent color. This week I got a lock in. Yeah, I do too because I haven't done them. Charlie has one, but I don't. But it's also fossil week, so I'm trying to do fossils too. I could hunt the Tatsugiris and then look for a shiny, like, Shieldon in Pokemon Violet. Because I think Cranidos is in Pokemon Scarlet, and Shieldon is in Pokemon Violet, I think. Gengar, I got so lucky. Yeah, I did a Gengar... I did a Haunter outbreak the other day. Also, I finally unlocked 7-star raids, so they're glowing and showing up on my map now. Okay, well, 7-star raids are from the event. If you're seeing a 7-star raid, it's probably Dondozo. 7-star raids are always part of the event, but if you do enough 5-star raids and you talk to Jacques, you unlock 6-star raids, but you only get 1 6-star raid per map per day. And I think you have to do the Academy Ace tournament to technically unlock them, but the 7 stars are just part of the event. So everybody gets those. Yeah, I unlocked it because Jacques called me. Got it. Okay, so you did get a call from Jacques. Okay, then yeah. I forgot how to spell. Yeah, I think it's CQ. Jacques. But yeah, he gives you a call and he's like, whatever you do, don't go to the black outbreaks. All right. I like being in BDSP again. I loved playing this. This was the first Pokemon game I played through on stream. And now I've played through this, Violet, and PLA. I immediately went to one after I got the call. What am I, 5? No, exactly. I mean, the game wants you to, right? Like, he tells you not to, but the idea is that you will. Jacques, yeah, that looks better. Yeah. And I would really love to play Sword on stream because I've only ever done that once, and it was for DAs. Which I would love to do DAs on stream again, but I also just in general would love to do like shiny hunting in Swish. I wish I could have played through Swish on stream, but I wasn't streaming Pokemon at the time. And I didn't have, like, a capture card or anything. Ah! Oh, because you're being sprayed? At first I was like, ah, what? But I feel like that was directed at Megan for spraying you. Good brownie. I'm sorry that you didn't get your cookie, Charlie, but I hope that your milkshake makes up for it. And I got 2 free cookies, so. Brady from where? Oh yeah, you might not have been here for the debacle. We ordered sandwiches because last time on stream we tried to order sandwiches and then they were closed. So we ordered sandwiches from Jersey Mike's, and then I usually get a brownie with mine and Charlie gets a gluten-free snickerdoodle. And instead of giving Charlie a gluten-free snickerdoodle, they gave me my brownie, and then they gave Charlie 2 gluten cookies. So they're mine now, but that was very rude. Especially because Charlie literally got first on stream today, so they should have literally gotten a gluten-free snickerdoodle. And then they decided to give Charlie a gluten cookie. So that was fucked up. So Charlie ended up ordering a milkshake from Five Guys instead because they couldn't eat their cookie. Yeah, like if you're out of snickerdoodles, I get it, but you can't just like swap them. Charlie doesn't like the regular cookie. Charlie is allergic to the regular cookie. Charlie has celiac, so they are severely allergic to wheat. And there's wheat in the cookie, so they can't eat it. I mean, they would go to the ER. So, I get to eat it, but yeah, they can't. They literally can't eat it. Yeah, celiac and a wheat allergy. Charlie is severely allergic to this cookie. Also, like, Charlie really shouldn't have chocolate chip either, because, like, with their GERD, I mean, they can have a little bit of chocolate, and if it was a gluten-free chocolate chip cookie, they probably would have eaten it and not gotten a refund. But the gluten-free snickerdoodle is part of the reason that we get dessert from them, because they have a cookie that Charlie can eat, and then they didn't give it to him. And it's like, if you're out, like I said, like, if you need to make a replacement, like, tell us. Like, don't just put it in and decide. Especially because it's not like they had just ordered a gluten-free snickerdoodle. They had also ordered a gluten-free sub. So it's like, maybe put 2 and 2 together that the person ordering gluten-free things can't have gluten. Like, at the very least, you could be, like, gluten intolerant or not eating gluten because you're, like, on a diet or something that involves not eating gluten. But it's like, you are the more severe case where you have, like, a legit allergy. Because some people that, like, have gluten intolerance or just aren't eating gluten on a diet might eat the gluten cookie instead of having to go through getting, a refund and all that stuff. But Charlie doesn't have that option. Luckily, Charlie has me as an option, and I get to do this thing where I eat the cookie, which is good for me, because I like to eat chocolate chip cookies. I'm not going to eat it now because the brownie was more than enough with the sandwich, but perhaps a cookie for tomorrow. Yeah, is what it is. Been gluten-free for 13 years. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it sucks to say that, like, you just get used to it. And, like, it's like, it's not something that you should have to get used to, you know? Like, you shouldn't have to get used to your food not being correct when you order it. But it's like, you just have to get used to it, because if you've been gluten-free for as long as you have, you've just been fucked over so many times. 30% EP, that's a lie. It's bedtime. Okay, good night, Ty. Make sure you chuck them in. Did I say chuck them in? Tuck them in. We chuck them into bed. Somebody pick up Ty and just throw them into bed. No, somebody tuck them in gently, please. Thank you, Charlie. But the other restrictions are newer. Yeah, so Charlie, from what I understand, was eating relatively regularly until, like, age, like, 11 or 12 when they got diagnosed with celiac. Granted, like, they were eating gluten that whole time and being sick. So, like, not eating regular, but, like, eating food without much restriction up until that point. Then got diagnosed with celiac. And then did you get diagnosed with celiac and the wheat allergy at the same time? Or did the wheat allergy come at a different time? I don't know. But anyway, at like 11 or 12, Charlie stopped eating gluten. Yes, at the same time? Okay. And then, I don't know, when you were like, what, like a teenager, you got diagnosed with GERD, which is gastro 17? Esophageal reflux disease. I knew that the R was reflux and the D was disease. I just couldn't remember what the E was. Which basically means that they can't have anything that's too acidic. So think about things like lemons, right? Like lemon juice is really acidic. Tomatoes are very acidic. Chocolate is very acidic. So these are all things that Charlie can't have because of GERD. So now we can't have wheat, we can't have rye, we can't have barley, we can't have anything with gluten in it. And then we can't have, like, acidic foods like tomato, lemon, chocolate. But, like, Charlie cheats on the GERD thing, right? Like, sometimes Charlie will have one of my lemonades they had earlier today. They shouldn't have a lot of lemonade because that is very acidic, but they did. And then they shouldn't have chocolate, but they do. And sometimes they'll eat a pizza with tomato sauce or whatever. Sometimes they cheat, right? But then, in addition, they have what we think is like oral allergies. Is Gatorade okay? Yeah, Gatorade's fine. I think that the lemon lime flavored Gatorade is like not really like it has like very minimal real fruit juice in it. So, and even still, Charlie doesn't really drink that flavor. Gatorade is actually very good for Charlie because of the electrolytes in it. Since Charlie has POTS, which is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, and tachycardia is like your heartbeat being funky, right? Like, so they'll be like, oh, they're having tachycardia in hospitals and stuff when they need the like heart thingies. So basically Charlie's heart rate is just like through the roof, and then their blood pressure is like through the floor. And it means that they don't hold on to like hydration very well. So they need to like, so, you know, when you have high blood pressure, you're supposed to like not eat anything too salty. Like my dad has high blood pressure. He had a heart attack. So he's not supposed to eat anything with too much like sodium in it or anything too salty. So since Charlie has, I was going to talk about the oral allergies. Since Charlie has low blood pressure, they actually need to eat more salt. Charlie like oversalts their food. They actually take salt as a pill, a salt capsule, to raise the salt in their blood. And then Gatorade has electrolytes in it, and electrolytes are like salty. So it helps them hydrate better than drinking regular water. Charlie also takes like liquid IV, which is like electrolyte powder. And then like Pedialyte, which is also like a form of electrolytes. So Charlie drinks a lot of electrolyte things. Give me the electrolytes. Yeah, Charlie consumes a lot of electrolytes. And then, what I was going to talk about was the oral allergies. So Charlie has mast cell activation syndrome, which is basically a thing where your mast cells are kind of what's in charge of your like allergies. And their mast cells are overactive, which means that sometimes they react to things as if they are allergic when they aren't allergic necessarily. So Charlie could eat something that they eat all the time and have a random allergic reaction because their mast cells just like decided to be a bitch that day. But the things that they react to the most are like fruit, pollen, grass, dust, because Charlie's allergic to grass, allergic to pollen, allergic to dust. But a lot of this is because of the oral allergy. So like they can eat carrots if they've been peeled, which like most people peel their carrots before they eat them. And they can have some other fruits like if they're peeled first, like apples and stuff. Granted, that's kind of part of the gastroparesis too. But basically it's like the pollen on the outside of fruit. Like Charlie can't eat strawberries because you can't really peel them. And then like they can have like watermelon because it's like inside of a shell, I guess. I don't know, what do you call the outside of a watermelon? Rind? I don't know. Or they have to be cooked or processed a lot. Yeah, so Charlie can have like really processed fruit, or they can't have peaches because like peaches have like pollen on the outside. And I don't think if you peeled a peach it makes it any better. I think the whole peach is not good. Most like tropical fruits. Pineapple is really bad, even though pineapple is on the inside of like you peel a pineapple to eat it, obviously, because the outside is spiky. But I think that it's really acidic too, pineapple. So I think pineapple and orange. Orange is bad for Charlie because it's acidic. But you could peel it, but it's really acidic. So between the GERD, the gastroparesis, and the oral allergies, Charlie basically can't have any fruit, like at all. They can have like watermelon and like cantaloupe, and that's like it. And apples peeled. Jade, welcome in, cutie. Thank you for the lurk. It's another egg, and my little egg alert is going off. I'm so happy. The people in Egg Toast are so freaking talented. They're all so good at art, and I feel so out of place because I am not good at art. I cannot do art to save my freaking life. So they're making all of these amazing spinning egg toast emotes, and like the little egg the toast with the heart, and like the little jumping egg the chicken, and like all of these like super talented artists. And I'm like, I cannot do art to save my life. Like I can do some forms of art, like visual and performing art, like film and theater, but I cannot draw. Same, lol. Okay, good. I'm glad you're with me. Because I'm just using all of the assets that I've gotten from people in Egg Toast. I actually have new bit badges. Yes, new bit badges, because my sub badges are the frogs. My new bit badges are ones that somebody from Egg Toast made. It's various different forms of toast. So one of them is like regular egg toast, and then one of them is like French toast, and one of them is toast with jelly, and one of them is toast with Nutella, and one of them is toast with like eggs and bacon, and one of them is like avocado toast. Unfortunately, I already have a lot of bits badges. I had bit badges up to like, I want to say I had bit badges up to like 100,000 bits. So if you want to, oh, you're not who I wanted to talk to. So if you wanted to get those bit badges, you would have to give like over 100,000 bits, which no one is anywhere near right now in my channel. But I did add them because my bit badges at the moment, the ones that are for like 1 bit, 100 bits, 1,000 bits, 5,000 bits, 10,000 bits, those are the Animal Crossing ones that my friend Felix drew for me. So it's the little Animal Crossing presents, you know, the ones that like fly through the sky and they have a balloon and you pop them and then you get a little gift. Felix drew a bunch of little Animal Crossing presents for that. Like Charlie, right now you have the Bits Leader badge, but you could switch it out for the like 10K Bits badge if you wanted to. And it would have the little Animal Crossing present. I'm the least artistic person I know. Yeah, I'm not the least artistic person I know, but I'm definitely down there. I'm definitely not very good at drawing or anything like that. I can make stuff in like, I can do like graphic design, not like super well, but I made my scenes myself, so I made this little frog overlay myself. But I didn't draw it, I just used like Canva. So, yeah. I can do a little bit of art, but very little. But yeah, so my current bit badges up to 10K are the Animal Crossing ones. And then after 10K, they're frogs. And then after the frogs, they're egg toasts. So my bit badges do not have a consistent theme at all. It goes from being Animal Crossing to being frogs to being egg toasts. But that's just because I wanted to use all of the badges at once, and I couldn't. So, if anyone wants to give me, like, $1,000, then you can have an egg toast. Please do not give me 100,000 bits. That would be crazy. I guess that would be way more than $1,000. That would be, like, $10,000? Is that how many 100,000 bits is? That doesn't sound right. That's crazy. Because 1 bit is 1 cent. So 100 bits is $1. 1,000 bits is $10. And then 10,000 bits is $100. So 100,000 bits would be 1,000? I don't know. I'm bad at math, guys. But it's a lot of money, so don't do that. But I do like the badges. I think they're very cute. Nobody's ever gonna actually get to use them because they're gonna cost thousands of dollars. I think it's crazy that there's a 1 million bits tier. That's genuinely an option. I was in my bits tiers adding those badges, and I was like, who in God's name is gonna give anybody 1 million bits? Like, that's $100,000, isn't it? I don't know, I'm bad at math, but it's a lot. It's gotta be a lot. That's so many. No, I know. I can't imagine giving that many. Like what? That would be crazy. But yeah, Jade, I hope you're having a good Tuesday. I hope that you're having a cozy... It's evening here. I don't know if it's evening for you, but I hope you're having a cozy evening or a cozy time zone. Oh my god, I didn't talk about it. I should talk about it. I got into a little bit of drama over the weekend unintentionally. I got into like two separate, well, I got involved in one drama and then have been onlooking a second drama. And I will talk about both because I love to talk about other people's drama. So the first one is popular YouTuber and TikToker and streamer Catliente, who you might know from hosting the Creator Royales that I entered. She was in a little bit of hot water for a video she made about VTubers. There was this VTuber group that was basically doing like softcore child porn, using VTuber models. Like they were using underaged VTuber models for like sexual purposes, which is nasty. So she made a video about it, and apparently not all of the information in that video was like completely correct, but she had been blocked on Twitter by the people that run the Twitter account for the VTuber group that she was talking about. So people were like, well, you didn't even see their side. And she was like, well, I was blocked, so I couldn't really see their side. But anyway, she made a video about it. People were kind of shitting on her for it. So she was on stream and people were asking her about it. Because basically her audience ended up like mass reporting the VTubers and getting their Twitter account taken down for, again, doing child things with VTubers, which is not technically illegal because it's art of children and not real children, but that doesn't make it less gross. But anyway, people were asking about it on stream and being like, well, are you worried that since you got them mass reported that they're going to try to mass report you? And then on her stream, this clip went viral of her being like, I don't really give a shit. Like, they're too small of a creator to really like make a dent in my career, and like I'm not really worried about them. And so I saw that clip out of context and I quote tweeted it, and I was like, hey, what the fuck? Like, because I didn't know the context. So I quote tweeted it and I was like, Kat, why did you say that? Like, because she got relatively famous on TikTok by doing stream advice TikTok and talking about like how to help small creators. And I was like, why would you bully a creator smaller than you for having less followers than you when your platform is built on like uplifting small creators, right? And so I tweeted at her and I was like, hey Kat, like as a follower of yours who, doesn't usually, you don't usually say stuff like this, like, could you explain? And she actually DM'd me, and I was driving home from Richmond when I got this DM, and it went to my requests because I unfollowed her, and I didn't realize it. So I got these DMs when I got home at like 10 p.m. and like I was shocked that she reached out to me. Genuinely, I did not think she was going to see the tweet, and she saw it when it didn't have a lot of views. And she DM'd me and explained her side of the story. She was like, hey, like these VTubers were doing child porn. I thought it was gross. I made a video about it. They had blocked me. I wasn't really able to see their side of the story. This one VTuber called them out for it. They were bullying this VTuber. They got the VTuber's account taken down. It was a whole ordeal. So she like kind of, went through her side of the story. And we actually went back and forth in DMs for a while, and I thanked her for explaining. And I said that, I was sorry if my tweet seemed hostile. I was just like kind of disappointed by, Saribot knocked somebody just now before I even got to see the message. Damn, go Saribot. Go Saribot, go. But yeah, so I was just like, hey, sorry if my tweet, like, upset you or anything. And she was like, no, it didn't. I just didn't want to make a public statement because I've already talked about it and I don't really want to talk about it anymore. And so we kind of went back and forth. But she ended up making a public statement about it because my tweet went fucking viral. It got like 50, 60,000 views and like 1 billion retweets. And people were like in my replies, like defending the VTubers, defending Kat, kind of going back and forth. And I was like, whoa, I did not expect this. like Kat didn't retweet my tweet or anything. She just like DM'd me in private. So I don't know how it went so uber viral, but it did, and I wasn't scared. Because I did not intend to be involved in the VTuber drama at all. Like, I just wanted to know why she was like dissing small creators from my perspective before she gave me the context. And with context, I understand, and I'm not mad at her anymore. But yeah, I was just like very surprised about that whole thing. So she ended up making a public statement, and everybody was like, you only made a public statement because of that tweet that went viral about you. And I was like, fuck, that's my tweet. So I felt really bad, but she's in Japan right now on vacation, which made me feel even worse because I didn't realize she was on vacation, because it says it in her Twitter header. So I should have fucking read it, but I didn't. And so she was texting me and being like, I hope you have a good day or a good night. I have no idea what time it is in the US. I'm in Japan. And I was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. So I was just like, have a good time zone to her, because I felt bad. But it's okay. We worked it out on the remix. Me and Kat Lente are chill now. She's not mad at me. I'm not mad at her. There's no drama between me and Kat Lente. There's just drama between Kat Lente and the VTuber community, which is fair. But yeah, I thought I would talk about that because of my tweet going so fucking viral. After I just came off of a viral TikTok of mine, you know, where people were shitting on me in the comments. So I just keep being in scandal after scandal for things that are like not even really about me. And it's not because I'm trying to involve myself in drama. It was just like Cody Ko assaulted somebody. I made a video about it. People decided to defend Cody Ko in the comments. That was not what I was hoping would happen. And then Kat Lente is a YouTuber that I actually follow and was kind of like disappointed by her response. And then she actually actively apologized, and I accept her apology. And like, I'm not actually involved in the VTuber community, so I'm not really worried about like whether or not the VTubers were. That's why I just mind my own business. I don't understand how bigger creators always get in beef. Yeah. Because, like, I was not trying to start beef with anybody either time, with my TikTok or with my tweet. I wasn't trying to start beef as much as I was just trying to, like, make a joke when I made my TikTok and then get clarification when I made my tweet, because I am a fan of Kat Lente, and if she was gonna double down, I was gonna unfollow her. Because, like, I think that shitting on small creators just because you're a big creator is kind of shitty, but that's not what she meant to be doing, and she apologized. So that was something I fully got involved in on accident and did not mean... I didn't realize what I was getting into because I didn't realize how big the VTuber beef was until I was already in it. So that was my bad. But the second drama that I accidentally got involved in over the weekend, I didn't involve myself as much as I've been looking at this one from the sidelines, but I thought it was worth talking about. Granted, as a white person, I have absolutely jack shit to add to this conversation. Like, literally, I have zero input as a white person on this topic at all, but I just wanted to bring it up because I have found it interesting. But basically, from my understanding, so TwitchCon is coming up, right, in September. And the Twitch Latin Guild, which is a group of streamers that are, like, you know, Latin, Hispanic, whatever. They were doing a panel. They were trying to organize a panel at TwitchCon for Latin streamers. And apparently the way that like getting a panel at TwitchCon works is like you submit your idea to Twitch and then they like approve it or they don't approve it, right? So a lot of people's panels did not get approved, right? But the Twitch Latin Guild is sanctioned by Twitch. Like, it was made by Twitch, and they hired leaders of the Latin Guild, and then, you know, those leaders went through applications and, you know, did acceptances for the Latin Guild, right? So because they were sanctioned by Twitch, they were allowed to have their panel, but apparently Twitch, like, announced it before they were, like, ready for them to announce it, and they, like, changed up what the panel was going to be about last minute, because I think they wanted to talk about one thing, and then Twitch was like, we don't think there's going to be very much interest in that, why don't you talk about this instead? So basically, like, changed what the topic of the panel was going to be. And so they did that and then immediately released information about the panel. And the Latin Guild was like, hey, we weren't really ready for you to do that. And they started getting backlash pretty immediately because the Latin panel that is supposed to be for Latin creators was comprised entirely of white people. Like, you know, whether they were mixed, like half white, half Latin, or they were just like white, you know, light skinned Latin people or whatever. The whole panel was white people. And so people, you know, rightfully so, were like, hey, if this is going to be a Latin panel, like, shouldn't there be black and brown, you know, Afro Latin creators on this panel? Like, shouldn't it be more than just white people? And so this one girl on the panel, her name is Jupy. She's a partnered streamer in the Latin Guild. She is, I believe, like half white or something like that, but she's white, and also Latin, and she's also queer. And she made a tweet about it, and a lot of people were responding to the tweet, you know, criticizing her and criticizing the panel and saying that there should be more non-white people on the panel and et cetera, et cetera. And that it's really white people's job to stand up for BIPOC people and make sure that their voices are heard too, because, like, sometimes they can't do it themselves, and so it's kind of like up to white people to make sure that they're creating diversity in things like a panel. Whereas when people were asking Jupy about it, she basically doubled down and was like, it's not my fault I'm white and I'm allowed to take up space as a white person, and, you know, I'm a queer Latina and I deserve to be heard, and, you know, it shouldn't matter that there's not brown people on the panel, because, like, it's just supposed to be for Latin creators, and, like, it doesn't matter which Latin creators it is. And so people were like, what? Like, people were kind of rubbed the wrong way by that, which, like, rightfully so, because she, as a white person, should not be speaking over or on behalf of brown people and black people. And also, those people deserve to be on the panel, and it shouldn't just be white people. Like, it was a whole thing. And again, like, I'm a white person. I'm not in the Latin Guild. I'm not in any guild. I'm not going to TwitchCon. I'm not part of the panel. Like, I have zero to add to this conversation other than just to tell you that it happened, in case you're not aware that it happened, like, if you're not on the same side of Twitter as me. But basically, after that happened, Jupy went on vacation, like, in the middle of all of this. She just, like, she's, like, at the beach or something. So she, like, made a tweet of her at the beach and was basically like, I'm not going to address this because I'm at the beach or whatever. And so people were also kind of like, girl, huh? So anyway, a bunch of other creators, mods of Jupy's, friends of Jupy's, started making tweets being like, hey, I've known Jupy for, you know, this many years, and I used to mod for her, or we used to be friends, and she's a bad person, let me tell you why. And there were people with these, like, huge, like, notes app descriptions of Jupy's behavior in the past, and her being basically kind of whiny has been the gist of it, and kind of, like, sort of mean, essentially. And she didn't used to be. They were saying she was really nice for a while, and then she kind of got mean. So now I believe the panel, she's not on the panel anymore. I think the panel may or may not even be happening as a whole. I don't know. I think the Latin Guild is trying to figure it out. But from what I could tell, I think they kicked Jupy out of the Latin Guild because of her behavior. I don't know if that's 100% true or not. I just saw a tweet saying, I think it was a tweet from one of the members of the Latin Guild, though, saying, like, we are either working on or have gotten Jupy removed from the guild. And I know that one of the leaders tweeted something about it, being like, basically, like, her behavior does not reflect, you know, us as a guild and blah, blah, blah. So that was kind of crazy because I actually sort of know Jupy very, very tangentially. I followed her on Twitter because she is mutuals with some of my friends, and because she was in the Latin Guild, and I know some other people in the Latin Guild. And I know some people in the Women's Guild and, you know, whatever. So I know some people that know her. But also she's really into theater, and she made a tweet one time being like, hey, are there any other like theater loving Twitch creators out there? Like, I'd love to connect. And I was like, yes, like I'm a big theater kid. I would love to. And she invited me to a Discord server that was actually a like theater lover Twitch community Discord. And they do like little performances, like they put together like Hamlet or whatever, but performed by, you know, Twitch streamers and stuff, which I think is super cool. And so she sent me the link to that Discord, and I joined it. And that is the only DM interaction I've ever had with Jupy, and I never talked to her again. But I did have that one interaction, which I thought was funny because I totally forgot about it until all of this happened. But yeah, that's basically the drama that happened over the weekend. And I hesitate to call the second thing drama. The first thing is definitely drama, VTuber drama for sure. The second thing is less drama and more like a legitimate issue, right? Like, drama I think of as like, you know, creators having beef with each other, people fighting over nothing. Things I don't consider to be drama are like somebody was assaulted or somebody said something racist or, you know, things like that. Like, those things I think are legitimate issues rather than just like drama between two people. Like, Jupy being, I don't know, Jupy acting the way that she was and basically talking over BIPOC people is racist. You know, even if she is like a Latin person, she's basically saying like, as a white Latin person, it doesn't really matter if, you know, brown Latin people are hurt or not, which is like really shitty. So I hesitate to call that drama. I think people made it drama by coming out of the woodwork to make Notes app posts about her and being like, Jupy and I aren't friends anymore because she's mean. But it was relevant to the conversation. And I'm not saying all of this to shit on Jupy because I don't know her and I don't care. But more to be like, to shit on white people for being racist, basically. And like that, you know, that includes me and Charlie and Megan and, you know, anybody here who's white, because we have a responsibility as white people to not be racist, right? And to, you know, help uplift and recognize BIPOC people and make sure that they're not experiencing racism if we can avoid it, right? It's the same thing with being homophobic, right? Like, straight people, it's not queer people's job to, like, not be on the receiving end of homophobia. And it's not disabled people's job to not be on the receiving end of ableism. And it's not BIPOC people's job to not be on the receiving end of racism, right? It's white people's job to not be racist towards BIPOC people, and queer and straight people's job not to be homophobic towards straight or queer people, and, you know, able-bodied people and non-neurodivergent people to not be ableist towards disabled people, right? Like, it's on us as the like perpetrators of these like systemic things to stop it, right? Like, you know, if you think all the way back to like the Civil War, right? Like, it wasn't the black people's job to make themselves not slaves anymore because they weren't the ones in government. It had to be the white people in the government, in the positions of power, to pass the laws to get them out of slavery because they didn't have the power themselves to do it. And it's the same thing, just on a smaller scale now. It's like, you know, it's like voting for Kamala Harris versus voting for Trump is like, if you are white and you are voting for Trump, like, you're basically perpetuating racism, homophobia, ableism, because Trump is perpetuating those things, right? So, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, you as a person are racist, though I sincerely do question your, you know, your motives there, but it's more like you're letting it happen, right? Like, you're either being a bystander or you're being an upstander, right? That's what they teach you in school, right? Like, don't be a bystander. Like, if someone's being bullied, don't be a bystander, right? And, like, to be honest, yeah. Like, if you're actively watching somebody be racist to somebody else and not saying anything, then, like, you're kind of letting it happen, right? So that's my unwanted, unnecessary 2 cents on the Latin Guild Droopy situation. Like I said, I don't have anything to add to it as a white person other than just, like, listen to BIPOC people and, like, there should be a diverse panel of people, right? Like, it shouldn't be all, like, just white or just straight people or just able-bodied people on a panel. Like, if you can, you should try to be intersectional and diverse. If you're trying to represent a group of people, you need to represent the whole group, not just one section of it. Like, if you're trying to represent queer people, but you don't have any trans people there, then you're not representing queer people, you're just representing, like, LGB and not T, right? And it's the same thing with Latin creators. It's like, if all of the creators on the panel are white Latin creators, then you're making it look like there aren't any black Latin creators, and that's not true, you know? You can actually be mixed race. I feel like this is a conversation that has come up with Kamala Harris running for president because she's half black, half Indian. And Trump, like, went on an interview and was like, I didn't know she was black. I thought she was Indian. And it's like, yeah, because she was, like, the first, like, Indian American woman elected to, like, Senate or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. In a certain state or something. But there was an article that was like, you know, first Indian American woman elected to whatever position. And that's true because she was the first Indian American woman to be elected to that position because she's an Indian American woman. But she was not the first black woman to be elected, which is why it didn't say first black woman. It said first Indian American woman. And she would be the first Indian American president, but she wouldn't be the first black president, right? Because that's Obama. But she would be the first black woman president. She'd be the first woman president, and she'd be the first Indian American president and the first Indian American woman president, right? Like, she would be a lot of firsts because she's mixed. She's half black, half Indian, which means she represents both of those communities. And so, for instance, if there was going to be a panel of Indian creators, it would be good to have mixed creators on that panel too, like someone who's half Indian, half white, someone who's half Indian, half black. Like, it doesn't have to be all, like, you know, purebred and, you know, that's not the right term, obviously, but you know what I mean. Like, it should be diverse, and it shouldn't be all, like, straight able-bodied Indians. It could be queer Indian people or disabled Indian people or, you know, whatever, whoever you can get. Like, I know you're not going to be able to get, like, every version of something on a panel because that's just not possible, but as diverse and intersectional as you can make it. Like, we did a religious panel at my university, and it was for a pride group, so it was inherently about the relationship between being religious and being queer. So everybody on the panel was queer and religious. Those were the parameters, is that you had to be queer and religious, but those were the only parameters, right? You didn't have to be a certain religion or a certain type of queer. You just had to be queer and you had to be religious. So Charlie did the panel because they're pagan, which is a religion, you know? It's more of a spirituality than a religion, but still, it's, you know, a religious experience. And then, you know, there were Christians on the panel, there were Muslims on the panel, there were Jewish people on the panel, and there were also people of varying colors on the panel. There were white people on the panel, there were brown people on the panel, there was a Jewish guy on the panel, like, ethnically Jewish. And, like, we were very proud of getting as many different point of views as we could on a panel that had, like, 5 people, but, you know, because we couldn't have 100 people on the panel, but we could have 5, and we could have 5 very different people, right? Like, we had one person that I think was, like, Catholic, and then one person that was, like, just, like, Christian, and yes, those are 2 offshoots of the same religion, but they're different. They're different Christian experiences. So it's, you know, it's worth having somebody who's, like, Catholic versus somebody who's, like, Baptist or something. Or having somebody that's like Mormon versus having somebody that's Christian. Like those are, again, offshoots of the same religion, but technically different. So anyway, that was a bit of a rant. I'm sorry if everybody doesn't care about anything I just said, or if that got a little bit political. But I honestly don't really care. I don't mind talking politics in my chat, but I also understand if it makes people uncomfortable. So, I'm sorry if you don't like talking about things like that. I just like to be an advocate for people. I always have, you know, ever since I realized that I was queer, and honestly before that, when I had friends that were queer, before I had come out, like, I was already an advocate for queer people, like, day one. You know, first time I had a gay friend, I was like, okay, like, fuck it, we ball, you know? And, you know, after working with the Human Rights Campaign and, you know, doing a lot of political advocacy work when I was in college and just living in the DC area, you kind of can't avoid politics, so it's kind of just like part of my personality now that I speak up for minority groups, but like that's because I am minority groups. Like I am literally disabled and queer. Like the only thing that I'm not is like a person of color. I have everything else, you know? Because I was born, you know, I was assigned female at birth, so I have, you know, I don't have, you know, male privilege as it were, and then I'm also trans, so I don't have cis privilege as it were, and then of course I'm queer, so I don't have straight privilege, and then I'm disabled, so I don't have, you know, neurotypical privilege. So I'm just kind of a mess all around. All right, we have an ad coming up in a minute. I'm at 146. I'm gonna see if I can get to 150 and then run the ad, and then we'll try to get to 200 by the end of stream. I think we can do it. We're at 318 right now. And another 100... No, another 50 would take me like an hour. So we might go a little over. Because I usually my streams are like 4 hours long. But maybe if I go really fast, which I probably won't. But maybe if I go really fast, we can get to 200. But we're at 146. So we'll get to 150, run the ad, and then try to like really speed run the last 50. And I promise I won't talk about... Well, I can't promise anything, but I probably won't talk about politics more, so you can come back if you don't want to have that conversation. But also, like, if you are, like, racist or homophobic or ableist, you should also probably just, like, leave. Just in general. I assume that you aren't that. Also, it's fine to lurk if you guys are just lurking. Like, if you just all collectively have decided to lurk, that's also fine. I just noticed that I started talking about politics, and then people started lurking, and I was like... If you don't want to be in the politics conversation, I will, after the break, I'll talk about something else. I'll have to find something else to talk about, but I'll talk about something else, I promise. I gotta make fossil hunting interesting somehow. I'm still here. I just don't know what to add. Yeah, no, you're good. I'm sure that's probably most people. They just like don't have anything to add to the conversation, which is fair because as a white person, I don't have anything to add to the conversation either, and I started it. I like listening. I'm glad you guys like listening. I hope that you're not turned off by the politics conversation because I will yap about politics randomly here and there, especially with the election coming up. Like, I am going to yap about politics a little bit. Sorry, here, just a bit EP. No, you're good. I don't mean to be like, you guys aren't talking. Why aren't you talking? I just mean if you aren't talking because of the conversation topic, it will change after the ad, I promise. We can talk about pop culture or movies or something. Thank you for the fart, Megan. But if you're not talking because you're tired or just you don't want to, that is fine. I don't mean to be calling anybody out here. Like I'm not gonna go through the viewers at the bottom and be like, excuse me, Charlie Moth 11, why aren't you talking? Like, that's not me. I love lurkers. I love to lurk. Sometimes I'm a yapper, sometimes I'm a lurker. Usually there's no in between. I will either be like not talking at all, barely paying attention to your stream, have you on in the background while I'm doing something else, or I will be like a very attentive viewer, and there's very little in between when I'm watching a stream, so I totally feel you guys. All right, we're at 149, so one more. Finish my juice box. Okay, ad is coming up. Hopefully we can get the 150th one in before it starts, but if not, hopefully it's not shiny. I'm sure it won't be. I say that and then it is. I mean, if it is, then yippee, I guess. Alright. Check it fast. Whee! What juice box flavor? Watermelon. It's watermelon Kool-Aid. Okay, not shiny. Alright, we're at 150. I'm gonna run the ad. Dumpers of luck. Thank you. And I'll be back in like 3 minutes and we'll talk about something else. I swear. Okay. Alrighty, we are back. We are 150 Kabutos deep. We're gonna try to get 50 more before the end of stream. We have like 30 minutes, so we would have to go we'd have to go faster than a minute on each reset to be able to get that many in that amount of time, which is definitely not gonna happen considering how slow I normally do this, but maybe close. 200's the goal. Thank you, Charlie. All right. I know you'll be my show. We'll have to speed through it. Okay, what's our new topic of conversation? I did not think of anything while I was on the toilet. What else have I got going on? Oh, I announced it on Twitter, but if you did not see on Twitter, this upcoming Saturday, I almost said Friday, this upcoming Saturday, August 10th, so like 4 days from now, I'm going to be on a like Twitch game show. It's kind of like Bachelor-y, like dating showy, but obviously I'm not trying to date anybody on the show because I'm like dating Charlie. It's not like a romantic dating show. It's just formatted like a dating show. So the idea is that there's like a bunch of people trying to impress like a panelist, and then the panelist decides to like keep you or not keep you on the show, basically. But like in a platonic way. How dare you date someone other than Charlie? Charlie knows about it. They said it was fine. And I won't actually be dating anybody. It's a friend date. It's just like whoever's the funniest, not like whoever they want to date the most. It's called Love on the Line. It's going to be on twitch.tv/Love on the Line. I think it's spelled like LUV, like Love on the Line. But it's going to be on Love on the Line. It's going to be at, I think, 6 p.m. on Saturday. I'm too overprotective that I wouldn't let myself or Jordan do that. Yeah, I thought about saying no because it, like, did seem vaguely dating showy, but it was, like, it was like, they reiterated to me multiple times that it's not actually a dating show and that there will not be any dating taking place. So I'm not going to be doing anything like, I'm not going to flirt with anybody. They said that you can flirt if you want to. I just don't really understand what's happening. To be honest, I don't really know either, but from what I've gathered is basically there's just a couple of panelists and a handful of contestants, and the contestants are just trying to be like the funniest, and then the panelists will vote on who is the funniest contestant and like knock out the least funny person each round. From their Twitter description, it says dating show or something. Yeah. It's, like I said, it's formatted like a dating show. It's supposed to be like, I guess, like, not making fun of, but it's supposed to be like an homage to shows like The Bachelor and things like that. But like, without any actual dating. I mean, obviously, like, if Charlie didn't want me to do it, I wouldn't. But, like, I'm not gonna date anybody. Ava the femboy is doing it with me, and we're just, like, friends. They should say that then. I got worried at first. Yeah. I mean, like I said, they said that flirting is an option. Like, you're allowed to flirt, but I'm not going to, obviously. I probably honestly, like, won't do super well on the show because I'm funny, but I'm not like joke funny. I'm just like autism funny. Like, I feel like I'm naturally funny, but not in the way that people who like do stand up are funny. Is it on your Twitch? No, it's on their Twitch. So it's on, let me link it. I think it's Twitch. I think it's this. Let me see. Yes. The link that I just linked is their channel. If it weren't for Ava, I'd feel a lot weirder about it. Dang, I wanted to fart during the show. Fart at whoever is sus. Yeah, I don't think that farting during the show will work. They probably don't have very many, like, alerts or anything. Wait a minute. Did I fuck this up? No. Did I? I didn't fuck this up, did I? I have not been paying attention. I don't think I fucked it up. Yeah, their Twitch About Me says dating show too. Yeah. Because it's supposed to, like, you know, like, seem like one. I will be watching. Yeah, I'll probably get kicked out pretty early, like I said, because I don't think that I'll be, like... I don't think that I'll impress the judges that much. And I usually do, like... Okay. Alright, no, I didn't fuck it up. I usually do pretty poorly on competition shows. When I did, like, the Fortnite tourney and the Mario Party tourney, I came in basically, like, dead last both times. What's the prize? I don't know, actually. I have no idea. That's a great question. I'll have to check the Discord. I have no idea what the prize is or if there is one. But yeah, come support me on that. At least for as long as I'm in it. And if I get kicked out, then root for Ava, because we love Ava. But hopefully I won't get kicked out first. That's my goal, is just to not be dead last. Dating shows usually let you win a vacation or a date, or you just win by finding love. Yeah. I assume it won't be either of those things, because I doubt that they can afford to send anybody on a vacation, and obviously, like, nobody is trying to actually date anybody else. Like, I know one of the panelists, Riley. Like, I know her. So at least that might help a little bit in the, like, sense of... Well, I don't know, because the other contestants probably know her too, so it probably won't make a difference that I know her. I also don't know her that well. But I don't know. My plan is just to not come in last. That is my goal. Because I've never seen the show before. I think this is supposed to be a new season, so I haven't seen the previous seasons of the show. I'll have to see if there's like a YouTube channel or anything. But like I said, they probably won't have a lot of like alerts on or anything, because I think that they do shoot it like a TV show, where they have us each record our own individual perspectives, and then they like cut it together. And I think they'll even like cut from camera to camera and stuff, so they have somebody kind of like running it. That's the prize. Exactly. Dumper and fart. I would accept Dumper and Fart as a prize. And then, so that's this Saturday. So the stream schedule for this week is I stream today, Charlie streams tomorrow, Charlie streams Thursday because they're doing the horror raid train and playing for Phasmophobia. Then I'm going to stream Friday, which I don't normally do. And then I'm going to be on Love on the Lines channel on Saturday. And then next week, we're doing another Favlam competition. He is doing Among Us August, which is basically every Friday in August, he's hosting an Among Us comp with, various Pokemon streamers. So me, Charlie, Silly Little Cat, I think Sweet Kicks, and who else? There was a few other people in our Among Us group. I saw the horror raid train. Yeah. So it's going to be just like the disability raid train and the Ace Arrow raid train, where it's just like person to person, but they're all horror streamers or playing horror games. So it's just going to be like a whole weekend of horror games and horror streamers. How the heck do you guys make friends online? I'm too lame. Same. Genuinely, it's just finding like events like that and people that know people and just kind of like worming your way in, right? So like for me, I could not make friends with streamers very easily online. My first few streamer friends were people that I was already friends with that happened to stream. So like for example, my friend Natalie used to stream. She doesn't anymore. I met her in 2014 on Minecraft, on like a Minecraft server. And we met through like Minecraft YouTubers and Backplane. And she started streaming like a decade later, basically. And she kind of encouraged me to stream, and I started streaming. And then the same is true for my friend Morgo, who I met at a convention when I was in high school. We both went to Playlist Live, and I met them there. And we stayed in contact, and then they started streaming, so I started popping into their streams, and they encouraged me to stream, so then I started streaming. So those were my first two streamer friends, Morgo and Natalie. And I met some people through them, but honestly, not really. This was back when I was like a Minecraft variety streamer. Like now I would consider myself to be like a Pokemon variety streamer because I play mostly Pokemon. But back then I played mostly Minecraft and then played like other games too. So I met a few people through them, but honestly, not really. And then when I switched over to being a more like Nintendo-based, like cozy game streamer, when I switched to Animal Crossing and stuff, I didn't have friends when I first started. Like, none at all that were in the Pokemon space. The first friend that I made in the Animal Crossing Pokemon streamer space was Silly Little Cat. And the only reason that I became friends with her is because she went to the same college as us. She was in the theater department, and I was in the film department, and she was in the film fraternity, and I was really close friends with a girl in the film fraternity, Kate. You guys know Kate. So I was actually introduced to Kat through Kate, but Kat wasn't a streamer when we met. She was just a person that went to the same school as us. And then she started streaming years later, and I followed her on Instagram, and I saw her post on her Instagram story being like going live on Twitch for the first time. And I was like, no way. So I hopped into her Twitch chat, and I was like, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but like I went to the same school as you. I didn't know you were a streamer. Like I also stream. And she was like, no way. Of course I remember you. And we started talking. And that was pretty much that. I'm on YouTube, so it's harder, I guess. Yeah, I think YouTube is definitely a different landscape, but I think that Twitter is the connecting landscape between YouTube and Twitch and all of those things. It's like you don't make friends through the platform as much. Like you can make friends in people's Twitch chats, like you and Charlie became friends in my chat, but it's easier to make friends on Twitter, I think, and Discord than it is to make friends in Twitch or in YouTube. I made online friends through cosplay TikTok. That's true, yeah. People just don't like me, and I don't know how to do that with YouTube people. I wish I had more friends, but I'm so used to being alone, I don't know what to do anymore. So here's what I was getting to. So I had one friend, Silly Little Cat, who happened to be a Pokemon streamer and an Animal Crossing streamer, and when I first started following her, she had less followers than me, right? Because she had just started streaming. But now she has like 2K, so she has far surpassed me in followers, because she just like kind of blew up. And which, like, good for her, obviously. Totally awesome. Love her to death. So little cat, if you're out there, mwah. But she happened to be friends with Sunny and Ada and Allie and Favlam and all of these other people. So what would happen is I would be in her stream, and then she would raid into Allie or Sunny or Favlam or whoever. And so she would raid into them, and then I would hang out in their chat and, you know, get to know them and, you know, figure out whether or not I like them or whatever. And then I would, you know, drop them a follow on Twitter, and they'd follow me back, and then we'd interact with each other on Twitter, and, you know, that would be that. So we invited Kat to an event that was happening. It was like a thing that we were doing for our jewelry business. And so we invited her to that, and then it ended up getting canceled and then rescheduled. So she wasn't able to make it because it was rescheduled. So her birthday happened in April, and we were like in the middle of moving in April, so we like could not go to her birthday party. But she invited like a bunch of, you know, Ava and Allie and Kathy to her birthday party. And I wasn't able to make it to that, so I kept being like, oh my god, I miss you, like we should hang out. I feel like every time it's like I invite you to something, you invite me to something, but like we don't like get to hang out. So when Pride came around in June, she was like, hey, like I don't know if you're around, but Pride is happening in my city this weekend. If you guys want to come, you're totally welcome. I'm inviting other people. And we were like, oh, yeah, sure. So we drove up to Maryland for Pride, and it was us and Kat and Ada and Austin and a couple other people, Nikki, and like her fiance and some other people. So that was kind of the first like breakthrough that we really had into the Pokemon community, was that hangout. And, you know, I'm in all of these people's Discords, and I follow them all on Twitter. Ava was there too. Yes, Ava was there as well. So I followed all these people on Twitter, and I was in all of their Discords and things like that. So since we had just met Austin, he was like, you know, why don't you do my Fortnite tournament? Why don't you do my Mario Party competition? And so I was like, yeah, for sure, I'll do those things. So I did them, and then Ava invited me to Love on the Line, and Austin invited me to Among Us August, and we went to Pokemon Go Fest last month. So it was really just a matter of knowing people that know other people, and then getting to know the people that your friends know, because it's like, it's a little bit easier to make friends with a friend of your friend because you guys have something in common or someone in common. And then, of course, all of these people are also streamers and they play Pokemon, so we were able to bond over mutual interests in Pokemon and streaming and things like that. So I would say that if you're having trouble making friends with people like on YouTube, find other people that play the games that you like other people that are playing horror games that you like, that are either your size or a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller, like as far as like followers and subscribers go. And, you know, close to your age or close to your area, or, you know, anything like that, really. And just follow them on Twitter, join their Discord if they have one. And really just like interacting with people on Twitter is huge. Like just following people on Twitter that like the same things that you like, and then they tweet about something that you like. All you have to do is respond and be like, oh my gosh, I like that thing, let's talk about it. Like, P Macasm, she reposted something about Gravity Falls, and I was like, no way, like I love Gravity Falls, I didn't know that you liked it. And that was just kind of like a starting point, I think. The only people I know who create content are you guys. It would be cool to have community or people to comment on, get support. Definitely. I would say if you can't find people on YouTube, find people on Twitch, because there's a lot of people that make content on Twitch that also post on YouTube or also stream on YouTube. My friend Min, she streams on Twitch and she streams on YouTube, and she posts YouTube videos, but she also streams on Twitch, so she does a little bit of both. So if you can't find anybody in your niche on YouTube that you really want to like talk to, I would say watch the Horror Raid Train, right? Like getting invited to stuff like that is also helps make friends, right? Because you can kind of follow everybody on the raid train with you, and you know, make friends with them. Like the Ace Arrow raid train was really easy to make friends with people like Ty because everybody was Ace or Arrow, so you could just bond over that experience. I don't like socializing. That's what sucks. No, me too. I hate it. I'm awful at socializing. I think it was really just like finding somebody that I liked enough to socialize with, right? Like, I like you enough to socialize with you, and I think you like me enough to socialize with me. Even if it's like we both hit our introvert limit at some point and then then we stop. But for the brief period of time that we are able to socialize, like, I think it's easier to talk to streamers than it is to talk to YouTubers, because obviously YouTubers, it's like you can only leave comments. You can't really talk to them in real time, whereas streamers you can talk to in real time. And the good thing about streaming is you can talk as much or as little as you want to in chat, right? Like if you're having a lurk day and you just want to hang out and hear the streamer talk and get to know them through them yapping at you, you can basically watch a stream as if it's a YouTube video and not say anything at all. Or if you want to talk, you can leave just one or two messages here and there, or you can chat a lot, and that streamer will get to know you if you hang out in their streams enough. Like, I know a lot of my regulars, right? Like Nando, Ty, Nyx, Min. Like, I know all of these people, right? Like, I recognize their usernames, and some of them I'm even friends with, so it's basically like, go find somebody playing a game that you like. So if you like Demonologist, or if you like Phasmophobia, or you like Pokemon, or you like, what's the game with the guy with the hands? Poppy's Playroom, or whatever the fuck. Like, if you like horror games, go pick the category on Twitch of a horror game that you like literally type in the name of that game, and find the category of people playing that game, and then just go watch people play it until you find somebody that you like. Like, sit in people's streams for 5-10 minutes, and you'll usually get a pretty good feeling about whether or not you like that person and their content, enough to stick around for longer than the 5 to 10 minutes, or drop them a follow. And then usually people have their Twitters linked to their Twitch if they have one. So just go sit in somebody's stream and like, just listen, and if you don't like them, you can just move on. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Which I think is the beauty of Twitch over YouTube, which I think is what kind of moved me from being a YouTuber to a streamer, is like, I still like posting on YouTube, but I think that streaming is more fun now because I get to have like real-time conversations with people. But I don't actually have to talk to them. Like, you guys are just words and I'm a person, but you guys, I mean, you are people, obviously you're people, but like, we're not both talking with our mouths. You're talking with words and I'm talking with my mouth. So I don't have to make eye contact. Like, I can look at the camera, but I don't have to worry about your body language or your tone or, anything like that. I just read the message and then respond to it if I feel like it, I'm not a person. I mean, fair. You might not be. What do I know? You could just be a robot, a blob, I'm a blob personally. That's fair. But yeah, I would say that Twitch and Twitter are really good tools for getting to know people in the space, because I too was afraid to socialize and afraid to network, because I tried networking and failed many times. Like, there were people that I tried talking to that just didn't want to be friends, people that I hung out in their streams and then they just didn't like me at all, people that I didn't like, people that I was friends with for a short time, and then just kind of Voldemort deadass. You guys want to fucking know something? You guys want to know some fucking tea? I didn't talk about this when I was talking about the tea because it's not worth it, but those of you who were around like this time last year, it's been almost a year since the incident. That was in September. I followed a streamer who was friends with my friends. So I thought that maybe we could be friends. And I was wrong. And we had a terrible, horrible interaction with each other where I was like, hey, do you want to be friends? And she was like, no, fuck you, I hate you, and then banned me from her Twitch chat. So I was a little afraid to try to make friends after that because that girl was a bitch. Like, really, truly, she was a bitch. And I thought it was something that I did back then. You know, I thought it was my fault. I thought I had done something wrong by trying to be her friend. And she convinced me that I was, like, being parasocial. That I was trying to be friends with somebody that obviously was never going to be my friend because she had so many more followers than me. And, like, obviously I could not, you know, walk on the same ground as her. I could not share a space with this girl because she was so much better than me. And how dare I try to be friends with her because she is so much better than me. And, like, I really thought that I was in the wrong for a while. And I've come to accept now that she was a fucking asshole. And it was totally her and nothing that I did. Like, did I handle that situation 100% perfectly like an angel saint? Of course not. But it was not all me. You know, she was also at fault for that situation. But anyway, after we had our falling out, she is petty as fuck. So she blocked me on everything, but continued to be tweeting about me behind my back. And I know people that follow her or aren't blocked by her. So they were able to show me her tweets and be like, hey, I think she's tweeting about you. And I was like, great, cool. I love that. I love that she's tweeting about me. But this was all like a year ago. And like, we're over it now, right? Yeah, blocked Charlie too. And Charlie didn't even do anything. But this is all in the past, right? Like, we're over this. However, since maybe 3 to 6 months after that happened, hey, Ty, I gotta go now. I'm sleeping. I have a busy schedule. Good night. Good night, Nando. Yeah, we just laugh at it now. I cried about it at the time, but I just laugh about it now. But about 3 to 6 months after that happened, she started losing followers on Twitch and Twitter, like, daily, like on a daily basis. She was like losing followers. And like rightfully so. But she's one of those people that watches her follower count really closely. And even uses those apps that like tell you who unfollowed you. Like she'll check to see who unfollowed her when, right? Which is super unhealthy, by the way. Don't do that shit. Like, do not worry about numbers. Do not have your viewer count turned on when you're streaming. Do not pay attention to how many followers you gained or lost in a day. It's exhausting. I lose followers on Instagram every time I post a reel. Every single time. Because I think I have people that followed me on Instagram in, like, high school that don't care about me anymore. And then I come up on their feed, they realize they don't give a shit about me, and then they unfollow me. And I have not once ever checked to see who was unfollowing me. Because I don't care. Like, if you don't want to watch the content I'm making, then unfollow me. Like, if you're not interested in Pokemon, if you're not interested in streaming, if you're not interested in me as a person, thank you for the lurk, Nano, then, like, absolutely unfollow me. But if you do like me as a person, or you do like Pokemon, or a combination thereof, then, like, you know, stick around, right? So this girl started losing followers very quickly on Twitch and Twitter. Partially because I think she went on a hiatus. She was moving and she didn't stream for a while. And partially because I think she's a bitch. And I think that she is mean and rude to people in her chat all the time, and that some people don't tolerate that shit and unfollow her. And so she's been tweeting for the last few months every other week or so, like, wah, I don't have any followers. Wah, I'm losing followers. Why does nobody like me? Why is everybody unfollowing me? If you unfollowed me, why? Wah. And she keeps tweeting stuff like that. Which is hilarious. Like, truly, like, what a complainer. And, like, I don't even think she realizes she deserves it. Like, it's really funny. But anyway, she just tweeted, like, in the last week, she tweeted something along the lines of, what if I just, like, deleted all of my followers and started over? Like, what if I just, like, deleted my account and, like, started over? And I, like, purged all of my followers and, like, started from scratch. And I saw that, and I just truly burst out laughing. Because that might be one of the stupidest things I've ever read. And don't get me wrong, I've been there before. Sometimes I think about starting a new YouTube channel because, not anymore so much, but like a few years ago when my YouTube channel was like really inactive and I hadn't been posting like vlogs anymore and I was trying to like transition to like other content, I felt like maybe I should make a new channel because maybe the people that subscribed to me on my old channel wouldn't care about the new stuff, or like I had a lot of like inactive followers that I haven't talked to in years, or, you know, whatever. So like I've had that thought before, like, oh, what if I just like started a new channel? And sometimes new channels do better. Like, especially if you bring over an existing follower base, like I think about like Unis Honest, right? Like Mark and Ethan started a new channel, but it's not like they were starting from zero. So everybody that found out about Unis Honest went over and subscribed to them. And because they gained so many subscribers so quickly, the algorithm pushed them out to people that had never heard of Mark and Ethan before because they had like gained so many followers. So it's not inherently wrong to like start a new channel or whatever, but she was just saying like, what if I delete all of my followers, but keep my same account? And then just like start over. And I love when my cats bring out their favorite toys. So that thought itself isn't inherently bad, but what's bad about it is the reasoning that she was thinking about deleting all of her followers is not because she's making different content or like, you know, trying to niche down or do something different. She is literally just not aware that the reason people are unfollowing her is because she sucks. Like, she would have to completely overhaul her personality to get new followers. Like, it's people unfollow her because she's mean, so she would have to stop being mean to get new followers. So I would love to see her delete all of her followers, because then I would have more followers than her, and that would make me laugh. Blue brought out Mr. Fish. Yes, I named their toys. No, that's fair. I feel like we should name Leo's, like, dinos, especially now that he has 2. I feel like we should give them names. And he has, like, a balloon dog. Anyway, if you're gonna be a streamer, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. You should care about your chatters to a certain extent. Like, I'm not saying you have to care about, like, the ins and outs of their personal lives or be their therapist or anything like that. Sometimes chatters do come in and they trauma dump, and it's not your job to be their therapist, but I do think that you should try to bond with your chatters, and at least take an interest in what they have to say, even if you're not actually all that interested in it, because they're taking time out of their day to watch your stream. They obviously care about what you have to say. And I think it's just like common courtesy to be nice to people that are like your followers. Like, obviously you don't have to be nice to anyone who follows you. If somebody's being a dick, or they're being homophobic, or they're being weird, or being a creep, obviously you don't have to be nice to people like that. But I think that you should try to be nice to anybody that comes in and, you know, not immediately judge your chatters by their chats, you know? Because, yeah, his dinos need names. Mr. Fish has an eye ripped off. Oh, nar, Mr. Fish. He's been through it. We've had the story as long as I can remember. Hey, at least he's been well loved, right? Like, I feel like the dirtiest stuffed animals are the most loved, right? Okay, we're at 184 and we're 4 hours in. So I'll try to get the last 16 and then we'll end stream. But something about this particular streamer that I noticed and what I think made me really like turned off from her is when I came into her chat, if I said anything about me, like anything about my personal life, nothing like super personal or like intimate or anything, just like, oh, I did this the other day, or I really like that thing that you're talking about, or oh, my friend said something to me the other day. If I said anything like that, if I talked about my cat in her chat or something, she would just like brush it off and be like, I don't care. I'm going to talk about me. And like, I understand that a stream is a space for you to talk about yourself, certainly. And, you know, a place where the focus is on you. And I don't mean that other people should come in and trauma dump, or other people should come in and hydrate. Oh God, I don't have any liquid left. I'll get water in a second. I don't have a cup. That is a smoothie cup. I think I have a cup that I can put water in. Sippy sip, you've been talking a lot, bestie. Drink up. No, that's real. I'll get one after this reset. I don't mean that people should like make the stream all about them, but I don't think it's inherently wrong to talk about yourself in somebody else's chat, especially if they ask you. You know, as a streamer, I ask people how their day is when they come in, and I genuinely want to hear about your day. And like Megan said that their day was not good today, and I care about that. And I'm like, I'm sorry that your day was not good today, right? Like, I think that you should care at least a little about what your chatters are saying, or at least pretend to care and not just like brush them off. But that's my opinion. Anyway, I'm gonna go get something to drink because I already finished my juice box and my lemonade. So I'll be back. Okay. I got water. Also, like, as an autistic person and somebody with ADHD, I've talked about this before too. The way that I bond with people and the way that I relate to people is by listening to them share an experience and then relating to that experience and sharing an experience back. And I have learned over the years that some neurotypical people don't like that. They don't like it when they share an experience and then you share an experience back. They'll get offended and think that you're making it all about yourself. But that is just how ADHD people like empathize, right? Like, the example I've used before is when somebody is like, oh, my grandma died, I'm really sad. And then I would respond back being like, oh, my grandma died last year. I remember being so sad about it. Like, I know how you feel. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm here for you, you know, if you need anything. And then they'll respond back and be like, I just told you that my grandma died and you're making it all about yourself. And it's like, no, I just meant, like, I understand how you feel. So if you need anything, like, I just meant that I understand. But they'll be like, how could you, like, at a time like this, start talking about your grandma? And it's like, is that not what we're supposed to do? Like, what am I supposed to say? Just I'm sorry and then move on? Yeah, there's been a couple times where I've chatted to streamers and they completely ignore chats but respond to the ones that are already there in chat. So I immediately left, no lurk. Yeah. I mean, it definitely depends on the size of the streamer, right? Like, the bigger the streamer is, obviously, like, they're not going to be able to read every single chat. And so sometimes, you know, they'll miss one. But sometimes it's obvious when they're, like, ignoring you, right? I definitely have been ignored by a streamer before and been like, okay, damn. Some streamers only care about their, like, VIP chatters, right? Like, the people that are always there, and they don't care about new people. The chats weren't super fast. Yeah, no, I figured in your case that it was not a very big streamer or not somebody with, like, too much of a chat going on. But what I was going to say is that I do follow some people that have busier chats that they might put on slow mode or things like that. But what they do is they say they have a rule usually that's like, if you say something in chat and I miss it and I don't respond, please wait 1 minute, wait 2 minutes, wait 5 minutes, whatever their rule is. And then if I haven't responded, repeat your message and I'll try to read it the second time around. Because they understand that they might miss a message. Even I miss a message in my chat, which is usually pretty slow. I've been known to miss a message because I was, like, really into the game and then it ended up getting scrolled up past where I could read and then I completely miss it, right? And for that, it's like, either repeat yourself or just point out that you'd said something to me and I'll scroll back up. Because, like, I just have ADHD. People you've raided, actually? Yeah. Some of the people I raid, I don't know what kind of streamer they are. Like, some of them, you know, I'm giving a personal endorsement. I do know what kind of streamer they are. Some of them I don't, and, like, no promises they're a good person or, a good streamer, to be honest. Like, obviously, if I'm raiding into anybody from, like, Egg Toast or anybody from, like, my group of friends, like Otta, Allie, Kat, like, those are people that I personally endorse. But if I find somebody random that's playing the same game as me, zero promises that they're going to talk to you at all. Sometimes people have, like, follower-only chat on, and then you can't talk to them unless you're following them. So, yeah. If I've ever raided into a streamer that just, like, wasn't good, I'm sorry. I've raided into streamers that don't even acknowledge the raid. Which, like, there was a debate about this on Twitter a while back. Technically, the person you raid into doesn't owe you anything. They don't have to say thank you. They don't have to shout you out, like anything like that. And I never expect a shout out when I raid into people. It's nice if I get one, but I don't raid in expecting a shout out. But I do, at the very least, hope that they will say thank you. Even if it's a raid of one person, like, I would hope, because I would thank anybody who raids me, even if it was just one person. Even if it was just one person, I would thank somebody for raiding me because they're trusting me with their community, even if that community is small. And it's a compliment to be raided because somebody thought that your stream was worth raiding into. So I will always thank people for raiding me unless it's like a fucking hate raid or something. So I will always say thank you, even if I don't do my whole raid spiel or whatever. But usually I do my spiel. I personally like to thank raiders, shout out the streamer who raided, do my spiel about raiding and resting and who I am and all that stuff. You know, people sometimes have raid videos, things like that. But when I raid into somebody, I don't expect them to do any of that. I hope that they'll say thank you, but that's like bare minimum in my head. I don't expect a shout out or a huge spiel or anything like that. I'm not one to chat to a random streamer, so if I have the courage to say something, it really kills me when it gets ignored. Yeah, I'm sorry if that's ever happened to you because of a raid that I started. Sometimes I just, like, I don't know. But recently, I think I've only been raiding into, like, people that are part of Egg Toast, people that were on the raid trains I was on. So hopefully most of those people were nice, but, you know, no promises that even everybody on the raid train was nice, right? Like, I would hope so. I mean, I raided into one person who was on a starting soon screen, So I felt bad about that because it's hard to acknowledge the raid when you're on your starting soon. They might not have even been in the room. Sometimes I put on starting soon and then I go pee. So like if somebody raided me while I was on starting soon, I might not say anything until I get back from peeing. So that's valid because that's on me for accidentally raiding into somebody on starting soon. But if I was a streamer, anyone willing to watch me and raid chat is getting all the yap. Same thing with YouTube comments. I love responding to comments. We just don't have, yeah, no, exactly. I also love responding to comments, especially hate comments because I get more of those than I get nice comments. But when people comment like, you know, homophobic stuff on my fucking thing, I love to respond to them with like gotchas. People one time, a lot of people will actually comment on my videos and just be like, that's gay. And I'll go, yeah, I am. Sorry, was that an insult? Like, you know, unless it's someone Jordan knows, I reply to all the comments worth replying to. Yeah. I mean, obviously some comments aren't worth replying to. Sometimes people just leave like a heart or, you know, something that it's like not really conversational. And then I usually just like heart those comments. I usually respond to like everybody.
How much money do you have? Like 69 cents. You know what that
You know
means?
what that means?
I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets.
I usually respond to everybody that leaves a comment on our shop TikTok, mostly because like probably like at least 75% of comments that we get are people asking if we can make a certain bracelet. They'll be like, oh, can you make bisexual? Can you make gender fluid? I usually respond to those comments and be like, yes, of course we can make gender fluid. Of course we'll make bisexual. Or people will be like, oh my gosh, I really love this, but I can't buy one because my parents are homophobic. Or I can't because I don't have any money or whatever. And I'll be like, you know what? We appreciate the support. And, you know, I hope that you get into a better situation if your parents are homophobic or whatever. I remember we posted our first short, no longer on YouTube, but there were so many sexist and racist comments. Yeah. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, because it's like inappropriate. So just don't answer if you don't want to. But have you ever gotten any like snow bunny comments? That's the only way I know how to phrase that. But like people like shitting on you for like being a white femme presenting person dating like a black guy. Do you ever get comments about that? You do not have to answer. I'm just curious if you've ever, because I've seen those comments on like interracial couples videos before, and like it might be a little bit different since you're like gender fluid. I don't know if you get that as much, but like usually people that are gonna leave comments like that aren't gonna respect your gender identity either. I'm sorry. There was actually one comment because it made Jordan and I laugh. It was so bad. Yeah, like I feel like you would just laugh at it. Like it's not, you can't take that kind of shit seriously because it's like it's obviously not why you're dating him. It's such an insane thing to ask somebody. And even if it is why you're dating him, obviously it's not why you're dating him, but even if it was, like, that's not their business. Like, that's just an insane... That's why I asked, because it's just an insane comment to leave on somebody's videos. But when you said that there were a bunch of sexist and racist comments, that was the first thing I thought of, is like, there's got to be people commenting on your relationship, because if your channel is built on being in a relationship, I feel like there's gonna be comments about like you guys as a couple, which is like obviously super fucked up. But I'm glad that you were able to laugh at it, because I would have. If I was in that situation, I probably would have also just laughed at it. Because again, that's like an insane thing to ask somebody. Yeah, obviously I don't get like very many racist comments because I'm like white, so that doesn't happen, but I definitely get my fair share of like homophobic and sexist comments. It was a video of us in the car, and when I'm by Jordan, he obviously drives. And the comment wanted to make some racial joke about, oh, white girl drives her boyfriend because she owns the car and he doesn't. But the steering wheel is clearly in the video where Jordan was sitting. Oh my god. That's so stupid. Was it his car? Or, like... I mean, it was his car, right? That's so fucking funny. I mean, obviously, like, super fucked up, but, like, really funny. Oh my god. People are insane. Like, genuinely, what the fuck is that? Okay, we have an ad. I'm gonna snooze it because we're almost at 200. We're at 196 right now. We're almost there. All right. 197. It's his car. He was driving and was sitting in the driver's seat. Steering wheel is easily shown. That's crazy. To be insinuating that, like, it's not his car and that he's not driving when he is. And also to assume that that has anything to do with your race, because even if it was the other way around and you were driving or it was your car, that's not necessarily because you're white. Like, if he's in Wisconsin, you would be the one to drive. Like, if he flew, he doesn't have his car. So it's like, that's crazy. Dude probably felt so proud to be racist and smart just to be completely wrong and a terrible person. Yeah, people always think that they're, like, getting you, right? They think it's like a gotcha. They think they're, like, calling out something about you. And they're usually not. Like, people think that they're doing some kind of gotcha on me when they comment about, like, my gender. Like, people will be like, your voice sounds like a dude, but you look like a chick. And I'm like, okay, like, I'm trans, like, what? Like, I'm non-binary, like, I went on testosterone to make my voice sound like a dude, and sometimes I dress like a chick. What's your point? Like, they think it's some kind of gotcha, and they're literally not even getting me. The best ones are people that think I'm trans the other way, like, they think that I'm assigned male at birth and transitioned to, like, non-binary or female, from male rather than from female. And like, they'll be like, oh, you'll never be a woman. And I'm like, thank you. Like, that's the goal. We obviously reported the really bad ones, but that one was stupidly funny. Yeah, I should probably report comments more. I just respond to them and then forget to report them. Because I like to make them feel bad about themselves before I report them. It's called non-binary. We can look and sound different. That's the point. My dad thought that at first. Yeah. Later in my college career, people started to think that. Like, when I started college, I think people could tell that I was, like, female to non-binary. And then as college went on, I think people started to think I was male to non-binary. And then I would tell them that I wasn't. They were like, oh my god. Like, and, like, not even people trying to be rude. Like, people... Can I say something? I mean, as long as it's not... I don't know if this is rude. No, you can say it. I'll tell you if it's rude, but I probably won't find it rude. Unless you just, like, call me, like, ugly and stupid, then I probably will think that it's rude. But okay, first, this is Kabuto number 200. So we'll get tippy tappies for this one. Do you guys think that Kabuto number 200 will be shiny? Drum roll, please. When I first saw you in class, I genuinely thought you were a gay man. Oh no. Oh, my worst fear is that people would think I'm a man. I'm not a man. That's not offensive though. It happens. Just like or a flamboyant straight guy? No. Megan, no. Not a flamboyant straight guy. That's too far. Gay, sure, but flamboyant straight is too far. Mods, ban this guy. Oh, hold on, wait. Okay. sent Megan a warning through the Twitch thing that just says "called me straight" as the reason for the offense. A white man? No! But then I got to actually meet you. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. So yeah, people always just think it's a gotcha when they're like, you'll never be a woman. And I'm like, that is the the Froggy leave. No, Megan, come back, stay. Okay, hold on, wait, hold on. We need bongo taps. We need bongo taps. Hold on. We're gonna do Kabuto number 200. I'm so sorry. You're forgiven. You're forgiven. All right. Drum roll. Oh god, we have an ad coming up. I need to do this fast. Okay. Kabuto number 200 is normal. All right. Yippee. 200 Kabutos. Okay. We'll go back to chatting. Snooze the ad again. All right. Well, we did it. First day of Fossil Week. I mean, it's my first day of Fossil Week, not the first day of Fossil Week. Fossil Week started a few days ago, but my first Fossil Week stream. I'll see you guys next time on Friday instead of Thursday. But I'll be on Charlie's stream on Thursday playing more Phasmophobia. You can follow me on all of my social medias. Charlie just linked them in the chat, and you can join my Discord, which Megan just linked in the chat, and you can visit our coffee shop, which Charlie just linked in the chat. If you want to keep up with me on other platforms, that is where you can do it. I usually post my schedule and other funny things on Twitter and then also in the Discord. And I'm determined to do a Discord movie night this month. And then maybe like a community night or something around my birthday in September. And of course, I am part of Egg Toast, and you can click on that link to see everybody else who is part of Egg Toast. I personally will be looking at who from Egg Toast is live right now to raid into. Of course, donate to Palestine if you have the ability to do so. And those are my raid messages. And can I get the egg raid message too? Because we're going to raid into an egg. Who is playing Mother Simulator. I've never heard of Mother Simulator. Okay, yes, there are my egg raid messages. So send whichever one you want. The very first one at the top that says tirade, the Pogbog has arrived, and the one that says egg raid, cracking an egg on your stream. Those are for anybody to use. And then all of the ones in the middle, the tirade, the wild tirade, and the uh-oh, you just got egged ones are, those are subscriber only. So pick whichever one works for you. Basically, if you're subbed, use the sub one. If you're not, use the not one. Or if you're subbed, you can use the not one. Anything is fine. But if you're not subbed, you can't use the sub one, basically. So we are going to raid Heejin Fools. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Heejin. I'm not sure. I should probably learn how to pronounce their name. Maybe we'll find out when we get there. But they are a fellow member of Egg Toast, and it looks like they're playing Mother Simulator. So they're like maybe raising a child? Question mark? I don't know. But go ahead and send those raid messages and let them know that you are from me. Egg mommy, I guess. So yeah, I'll see you guys Thursday on Charlie's stream, Friday on my stream, and then Saturday on Love on the Line. Thank you, Megan and Charlie and Ty and Nix and Nando and everybody for hanging out. W streamer, W yapper, W person, W mods. And I will see you guys next time. Send my egg your love and have a great rest of your time zone. Okay.